Hello, welcome back. We're back after taking a little break. We're playing some more. We're playing some more. No, we're working some more on our game jam project. So just really quick overview to start, in case I don't know. Maybe you came across this YouTube video or something. We are working on a project for the Inkjam on itch.io. So this is a game jam. The uh, deal with this particular jam is that we are supposed to use a particular game engine for it, which is called the Ink engine, which is really good for things like visual novels or adventure games or things like that. It makes it really easy to write dialogue trees, basically. And so the rule is you have to use this engine in some way. We've decided to also hook it into our into Unity. Some problems with that. I haven't used Unity before. I haven't used Ink before. So it's been a little bit of a whole thing trying to get everything together. But we've been working on it. We've got ourselves set up now so we can write some little like layouts of screens here in C Sharp. And we can also do some dialogue trees in Ink. Putting it all together, this is what we have right now. Let's just start by taking a look at that, and then we can talk about what we want to do next. Bam, 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 bam. So this is literally what we've got right now. This is all placeholder art. Basically, we've got our little character who can move around. We've got a note to polish to make his movement speed try to feel better. He can go on top of another character, and if we hit the space bar, it'll bring up a dialogue tree. We have a polish note to try to make this look better as well. I added a note to try to put something in the back here that's going to darken, like be like a semi-transparent dark layer to show that we're more separate from what's happening in the game. We also have the ability to go from scene to scene, so we can link these or go from screen to screen, so we can link these together. And we can also add things to the scene which are going to stop us from moving around. So these are all the features that we have right now. In terms of what we want to do next, I think there's actually one more thing we want to add to this game, one more kind of concept, before we get into like actually writing the content, getting it together, putting things together, and like saying like, here's the story, we'll write some real dialogue trees, we'll put in some real art, and I think what that is I want us to have like an inventory system. I think let's keep it really, really simple. Let's just make it so we can take stickers from, take characters from a scene, and we'll put them on top of our guy's head and have them follow around. I was thinking of that episode of the Angry Video Game Nerd where he plays like a Noah's Ark game, and Noah runs around and puts all the animals in a big stack on top of his head. And I thought that was pretty funny. So let's just do it like that, and you can run around with a big stack of objects on your head. I did in the break here, we took a little 1 hour break. In that time, I did a little bit of code cleanup just to try to make this character easier to work with. So basically what we did is we put some default values for these constructors, for the arguments in this constructors, and then we also made it so that when we're calling those, when we're using the named value for some of these, or the named like variable for some of these. So like before, this would have been just, some of these had like collides true, and this was just a true by itself. And so we just put in the collides here, so it's a little bit clearer, a little bit easier to tell what these arguments are doing. And also we can, by setting these default values, since most things, for instance, don't collide, we can just leave that off if we don't need it for the particular character that we're creating. Cool. What else did I want to do right now? I want to do the same thing quickly for the screen. Actually, this is fine. We just need to do it like, instead of calling this characters in and characters, let's do underscore characters. And that way, that public name that we have in the constructor, or like that argument name, will be characters instead of characters in or something like that. We just need to do these. We'll need to have underscores in front of them as well. And I think stylistically, this will be a little bit easier to work with. So what do we need to do to make it so we can pick stuff up? I think we need to add another property to these characters, which is going to be if something is pick upable. We also need on this collide, before we check if something is, or Where's our little collide script? We got to split this out into different things. Collision detected. We can do, let's move this input key equals space first. So this will show like what key we're testing first. And that'll just be a little bit easier to read this code, I think. And we might make this an elif, so only one of these things will function at a time. But let's make it so that like E picks stuff up and puts it down, maybe. And let's start with having maybe one item that you pick up at a time. So the challenge of that is we need to make it so we take an item out of a scene. Right now, the items that are, or the characters that are in a scene are always fixed. And like we noticed if we had a bug where we could push objects around for a little bit, and like we would push things around, leave the scene, come back, and everything would be back in its original position. I actually want things to remember what position they were in when we leave a scene. And so I think that's going to be something that we want to do here in delete screen. So let's actually look at when we delete screen, which is going to be like us clearing out all of the items that are here. Let's change the translation of the object. So all of these characters have a translation vector that tells us where to put them, or a translate vector. So we're going to reset, we're going to change those values of the translate vectors so that they put things back where they were. They update the locations of those objects. So if we go back to the same screen, everything will be where we left it instead of being reset every time. So that hopefully will be easy enough. We can go characters. The only thing is this translate vector is a public method right now, or is a private method. So we got to make it, it's a private, not even a method, a field. So we can either make it public, or we can write a method which is going to let us change it. And I think let's do that. Let's do public void reset. Let's say not reset, but we'll say, what should we do? Lock in, update, translate vector. So this is going to be a void method. It's just going to say, hey, wherever you are, just wherever your position is right now, just set it to that same place. And so we can do set your translate vector to that same place. So we'll say go, which is our game object, dot transform. No, we want translate vector, translate vector equals game object dot translate dot is position a vector. Let's find out. Unity, come on, not over here. We need to go to the Unity documentation. Unity, what do we want to look up? Game object, script. Will this bring up this is what we need. Yep, the scripting API, awesome. And let's see. So we want to say this has a transform. What I'd really like is if this position was a vector 3. Position, please, is a vector 3. Great, so that should work, I think. Dot translate dot position. And that should lock it in place. Let's actually do this, though. Let's go... Well, we can add it if we need it. I was going to say let's also save the original place so that we can have some things not update and some things do. But let's just suppose that we always want things to be wherever we left them. Typically speaking, position. Great. So when we delete screen, we don't just want to destroy the game objects. We also want to go characters I dot update translate vector. And so that'll remember where it was supposed to be, and it'll put it back in the same place. Let's see if that works. A good way that we can test if that works is to say, remove this line about freezing the position of a rigid body. So we'll be able to push the little box around on the second screen, and then we can leave and come back, and it should be in the same place. Game object does not contain a definition for translate. Yeah, that's supposed to be something else. Dot transform, not translate. Compile. Compile. All right, good. Here we go. So this is the first thing we need to do. And then the second thing we need to do is do some kind of be able to take objects out of the scene and put them into like an inventory. Okay, so here's our guy. He goes up here. We should be able to push this block around. And we can. I expect it to be, let's push it somewhere drastically different, like way over here. And we will expect this to be in the same place, but maybe not the same rotation, which would be fine. We don't care. We're going to lock the rotation anyway. So if we go here, bam, it's back in the same place. Great, so that works. Easy peasy. And we can comment out this line. Freeze all, great. And then what I want to do is say, let's put on our player. Let's go, this current screen is definitely game stuff. Let's call this player stuff. Good. Great. Nothing wrong with this. We'll have a private character. Private, what do you want to call it? A list of characters. And it'll be inventory. And we'll call it player inventory. And we'll make it a new list of characters that is empty. Bam. I think that's it. I think this is a new empty list of characters. Great. Now what we need is when our character moves, we want to also update the position of anything that's in our inventory and put it on top of our head. So we can do that in this move player, but let's actually have this be a separate function. We'll say void move inventory. This file's getting real long, which is a bit of a problem. Bit of an issue. All right, so void move inventory. We'll say for int I equals 0. I is less than the player inventory dot count. So we are iterating through every item in the player's inventory. For each of those items, what we want to do is say player inventory I dot how can we set this position? Can we move an object to a particular position? This is an issue that we've had, that we've tried to solve before. So if we have a transform position, can I just set it to a particular place? Public methods, translate, transform direction, set parent, no. I want find, set sibling, no. I guess we could set the parent, the start of the local transform list. What does it do if I'm the parent of a transform? Will it make the thing follow me around? Here's how it looks after calling set parent with world position stays set to false. We could try that. I actually don't think that's what I want to do, though. I just want to move it to a particular place. Translate space relative to space dot self. No, that's not what I want. We want to try to set position and rotation. Bam. Sets the world position and rotation of the transform component. So what we could do is keep moving. So what we could do is every frame we kick it back to the origin and translate it out to where it needs to be. That's crazy. We'll set its position to just above our head. That makes way more sense. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so set position, and we can get the player's position. We have that. And we can send it a... There's no way to just set position, right? That's fine. You want a quaternion? Is there like an empty one? Given x, y, z coordinates, look, angle, Euler. I just want identity. This is the one that we want. Great. Okay. Player inventory, I.transform. So we're getting the, we want the game object, right? .go, .transform, .set, position, and rotation. Let's see what we can do here. And so the position is going to be player go dot transform dot position, and the rotation is going to be quaternion dot identity, I think. And so this will say, don't just be in the regular. Oh no, identity is actually not what we want. I just want the regular, the identity rotation. But identity rotation means don't move this. I want this to be at, let's see what happens if we do that. That might not actually give us what we want. You expected a semicolon, which is fair. Where have I forgotten it? Right there. Now, there are no things in our inventory right now. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create one. We're going to go, let's just draw something that we can carry around, and we can make it something in the world later. Because next we're going to take it out of the world, out of the screen, and put it onto our character's inventory is the next thing we got to do. So this will put it like right behind our character, I guess, if we do it this way. So there's one more thing we actually have to do. We want to move it up above our head, right? So we will say, oh boy, move inventory dot position. Position is a vector 3. Can I add to a vector 3? Do you do like a plus? Operators. Plus. Awesome. Adds 2 vectors. That's exactly what we need. And we'll say plus vector 3. And we'll raise it up. So it'll go 0 to the left or right. And we'll go I times 1.0 F. I guess I plus 1. So the idea is the more stuff we have in our inventory, the higher up it should be. And hopefully that will make a stack of stuff on our head. And then 0.0 F. Because we're not moving it on the Z-axis, of course. We're in a 2D game. That does not need to be a semicolon. It needs to be a comma. Okay. So for each item in the inventory, move it to the player's position plus a little bit up. Then don't rotate it, hopefully. We'll see if that works. Let's draw a little item that we could be carrying. So we'll say new. Let's do it. Sure, 32 by 32 is fine. And let's draw like a little shovel or something maybe. Just this is totally a placeholder. This is just for fun. We don't really care how this looks. So this will be our little shovel. It'll be like, make it a blue shovel. Special blue shovel. Ah, special blue shovel. And we'll get our brown handle there. And that's just going to look really good. Fantastic. I'm an artist. And there's our handle. Great. And we need to just fill this in here. Bam. Maybe do a little bit of this. Boom. There's our shovel. Great. Oh, it looks honestly so good. I almost can't even believe it. Great. We will save this as shovel. Okay. And then we also need to, because this program is a little bit of a pain, we'll also save this as a PNG. Bam. Shovel.png. Great. There's our shovel. We need to put the shovel above our head. Here. So our inventory, we're actually going to say, when we make our player character, we're going to say player inventory. This is just a placeholder. We'll get rid of this code later. .add. Is add uppercase? I bet it is. A new character. Our new character is going to be called Shovel. It is going to have, it doesn't matter where it is, so we can actually just copy this 0, 0, 0. So we're going to put it at the origin, but because it's in our inventory, it should be teleported to the top of our head right away, more or less. And the sorting layer doesn't need one. Cool. We could put it, if we wanted to put in a sorting layer, we could. Let's just actually leave it there for now. Oh man, actually, make a new character. Kind of the breeze now. This is good. We'll be able to drop lots of stuff in our little world. And let's see what we've got now. Non-invocable member, vector 3, cannot be used like a method. We need the word new somewhere. At line 259. Please, not like this. Plus new vector 3. All right. Do you like that better? You dang compiler? What do you think? So this should hopefully put a little shovel above our head. And everywhere we go... All right, the shovel did not make an appearance. The reason is we have to do... we have to draw the shovel into the scene. So the way that we drew the player, we need to also draw the shovel. So that'll be... so we need to do it like this. We'll go shovel equals shovel character. Again, this is code that we're not going to keep, but just to test this, we'll add shovel character to the inventory. Hopefully that works. There's one other thing that I just realized we forgot to do, and then we need shovel character dot add to scene. So that's going to put it on the screen. The last thing, of course, that we need to do is to move, what do we call it? Move player inventory? Move inventory? Move inventory. Okay. So every time the screen updates, we also need to move the inventory if we're not in the dialogue tree. Shovel character does not exist. That is because I need to say that it's a character. We got to declare it properly. Okay, good. Strongly typed language. We like them. But it's easy to forget. Good. Let's see what this does for us. So, will there be a shovel above our head? Or will it be stuck at the origin? Bam. Shovel above the head. We got it. It's not high enough. So let's dial that in now, actually, because I think it's worth getting that right. Fortunately, our hat goes all the way up to the top of the sprite. This placeholder sprite. That's kind of perfect. Inventory. On move inventory, we gotta get organized. Instead of times 1.0, what if we do times 1.5? So this should let us stack a bunch of stuff on our head if we so choose, which I'm hopeful will be funny, but we'll see. It's at the character layer. That's fine. All right, there's our little shovel. Looks pretty okay above our head. And we can go to the other scene. It'll come with us. Great. Fantastic. Don't know why this got cut off. Did we just not draw that part of the shovel? Yeah, okay, we didn't draw that part of the shovel. That's fine. Good. As long as it's not like getting clipped, I'm okay. Okay. So cool. So we'll draw stuff in our inventory. That's great. That works. Now we want to be able to take things from our inventory and put them into the scene. So we'll say on this move inventory, we'll also do a, so move inventory needs to happen before move screen. And it does. Cool. So we move the player, we move the inventory, then we draw the screen. Because potentially we're going to be moving an object from the inventory to the screen on this move. So move inventory, we're going to say if, let's say, input dot get key down. So this will only fire the first time we press this key. So if you hold it down, we're not going to drop everything in the inventory. And we'll say this is E. So if you press, let's say Q drops stuff and E picks stuff up. That might not be good controls. We'll revisit it later if that's a huge pain. So if input key get key down Q and player inventory dot count does not equal 0. So if there's something in that inventory, then we will do this. We will say player inventory. Ooh, how do we get it out? We want to remove the last item in a list in C#. Is there a fast way to do that? Is there like a pop? C# list. Let's see if there is. So we're going to treat our items like a stack, I think is the idea. So you'll put things on top of your head and take them off from the top. I think that might be cute. There won't really be a good reason to drop things unless maybe we'll have like a maximum size to the inventory of like 3 things. That seems fair. So methods. Do you have like a pop or something that will get the item and give it to us? Remove. Remove we're going to need later when we pick stuff up. So let's remember that that's there. Out of interest, will that return the item that was removed? Bool. No. Unfortunate. Can we... And there's no pop. How do I guess we will have to find... searches for the specified object. So we'll do index of to get the thing that we're looking for. And then we'll get it from the index. And then we'll pop it. Retrieves all elements. No, we just want index of. We just want that first one. Cool. But we can do that in a moment. Okay, so that's fine. So we'll just do this the old-fashioned way. We'll say character. This is going to be item character equals player inventory player inventory dot count -1. So this is going to get the last item in our inventory. It's going to make it this item character. We're going to say current scene dot we need to be able to add a character to the scene. That's a method that we're not able to do right now. So let's say add to scene. We'll make this a to-do. We'll come back to this in just a second. And then just to finish this off, we will say player inventory dot remove. It's an uppercase remove. And I give it the, sorry, one last question. The remove, I give it the index. Remove, no, removes the first, remove at. Move the element at the specified index. Cool. So we'll do remove at player inventory count -1. Bam. Count -1. How do I want that? Do I want that to be, yeah, let's not put spaces. It's a small thing. Cool. So we will get the item, we remove it. Now we need to add it to the scene. The problem is our screen class doesn't have a way for us to get at this list of characters. So what we need to do is to have an add character. And we'll make a remove character at the same time. So we'll say public screen, nope, public void is to add a character. And so we'll have to take a character, which we will call character, added character, new character. This is going to be a way for us to add something to a scene. And all of this stuff, like its position and everything, is already going to be set. We're just going to just add it to the list of things that are in the scene. So we'll say, and it's presumed, it'll be presumed that it's already drawn. So we won't need to do add to scene again. So we can just literally do characters dot, is that really going to work? Add new character. Is this a one-liner? I think it is. So you just add the new character. And then public void remove character is actually also going to take a character. We'll say, let's make this added character and removed character. Shoot. Added. So we'll say this is our added character. And we'll have our remove character. So what we want to do is say, the trick is, do we have a character for a... So the trouble is, on collision detected, we want to say whatever character we're hitting, we want to remove that from the scene, because eventually we're going to want to be able to pick stuff up, right? However, I don't think we can do that right now. How will we refer back to the scene from this collider? So the collider, we can get the game object of the thing. So the game object needs some reference back to the scene that it belongs to, which is a tricky thing. How do we link that back? So adding character is easy enough. We want to remove a character, though, if we're picking something up. Ooh, tricky. And screen is not like a... All right, this is what we have to do. This is doable. It's going to be a little bit of work. We're going to make a new class. So we're going to say assets. What is the file extension? Hold up. CS. Okay. We're going to say assets. This is going to be our new script, which is going to be a boy. Let's actually, what did we call our other thing? We called it collide child. Okay. So we're going to make a new behavior that is going to link an object. Just all it's going to do is carry around a reference to the scene that an object belongs to. And that will hopefully be enough for us to do this. So we'll go, okay. This is going to be scenechild.cs. Easy enough. I think we just grab all of this and we say, this is it. This is all it has to be. Public, scene. Ooh, we need to import that other thing, maybe. We'll see if this works. Top script is imported, so maybe it's fine. We'll try it. Public, scene, scene parent. Yeah, scene parent. Okay, so we made a mistake the way we set this up. What are we working on? We're trying to make a little inventory. So the idea is we want to be able to pick up an object and it'll go on top of our character's head and walk around with them. And then we can put it back down on the ground. And if we leave a scene and come back, we want it to be wherever we left it. So the tricky thing is our characters don't have any kind of a, or the game objects of our characters don't have any kind of a pointer all the way back to the scene that they belong to. And so the way that we're getting around it is literally by adding this new behavior that we're going to put on their game objects that's just going to contain this parent. Oh, dang, that's dope. Yeah, that's the hope. And the hope is that we'll be able to run around with a little stack of things on our head. And I think that will be everything that we need. After that, we want to see if we can pass that stack of things into ink. And then if we can do that, then we'll say we stop. We're not adding more functionality. We can do little inventory puzzles, kind of, and dialogue trees, and we'll build a game from those pieces. And only add little things if we need them. Hopefully you introduce an item dupe glitch. You gotta. Then it will be a real game. I'm sure we'll do it at some point. What's up, Zephyr? Cool. So we are doing our jank little thing where we add a... Hold up. This scene child. So what we need to do is when we create the game object for this thing, when we add it to the scene, we'll say link back to scene. Now the trouble is we have to remember to update it. This is where the item dupe glitch will come in. We'll say go.addComponent. We're going to add this, not collide child, but a scene child. We just copy pasted this code. So this is going to be a scene child. And then we go like this. We say go.getComponent. Get component scene child dot scene parent equals this. Is that crazy? So now the game object that we created for this character will have a pointer back to the scene to which it belongs. Now, the tricky thing is we need to unset this when we pick something up and make sure we set it when we put something down. Let's see if this will work so far. I don't think we should have any compilation errors, although it won't run. Or the thing won't work. Okay, no, this is what I wanted to do. Scene child 7, the namespace type scene could not be found. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. You know what? It doesn't work because scene is being declared, oh boy, okay, this is good. We're going to start breaking this out into files because we were declaring scene inside of this other class, and scene needs to go to its own file. And that's honestly probably for the best. So let's start doing that. Let's start, oh my god, we're going to have multiple files. Here's scene.cs. Watch what we do. We go scene. Does our scene need to refer to... Oh, shoot, it's not a scene, it's a screen. Screen.cs. Did I call these scene parents and scene children? Oh, boy. This is not what we want. Let's rename these things. We keep mixing up the names scene and screen. And I think it's going to be a nightmare if we call them by both names. Okay, so rename. This is going to be actually screen child. Good. Oh, I see what's happened here. I think we just want this top script, which is the one that we're editing. So screen child. Kill buffer, yes. And we will open up screen child, and we'll change this to be screen. And it has a screen, not a scene. Oh, you know what? So actually, we might not need to do this. Let's see if this will just work on its own. Because it might just be that we called it by the wrong name. Scene child cannot be found. You're correct. We need to make this a... Oh, boy. The amount of time we lose just getting these confused. This needs to be a screen child. Okay, we got our screen child. It needs a screen... Hold up. Let's just skip one iteration here and fix this to also be scene, or also be screen. Okay, top script dot character to screen. Okay, this is interesting. What's happening at line 70? This is a character. Okay. So we'll say, just add this. Add a link to a scene. So actually we need to add an empty link to a scene. We need to set this when we are to a screen. Oh my god. Ooh, how are we going to do this? So then when we draw the screen, for each of these characters, we first need to add them to screen, then go characters, oh my god, it's because we have this idea of a character and a game object, and the character is like the data that our script needs about the thing on screen, and then the game object is like how it's actually rendered, but then we have to get information back from that game object again later. Oh, it's a bit of a mess. But we can say characters I dot game object dot get component screen child. Oh my goodness, this is such a mess. Screen parent equals this. So when we draw the screen, we set the screen parent to be this. And let's similarly, we don't need to destroy that or unset that because we're destroying that whole game object when we delete the screen. Okay, so now let's look at our to-do. Now we need to add the item to the scene when we drop it. So all we're going to do right now is drop. So what we do is we say, what do we say? This, oh no, add to scene. This add to scene should be doable. So we can go scene, current scene, dot, dot add to, add character. What did we call it? Add character. Cool. And we can add that item character. So what should happen is when we press Q, the weird little shovel that we're carrying should stop following us around. And we should be able to leave the screen and come back, and it will still be wherever we left it. Cannot, is this still happening? 124. Let's go to, and you're saying that we can't convert from screen to Unity engine.screen. Oh boy, because of course, screen is also a Unity thing, isn't it? Top script dot screen. Please. It can't be that easy, right? The name current scene does not exist because of course, you guessed it. It's current screen. Oh boy. We're doing a lot of this. A lot of scene and screen shenanigans. Okay. Will this compile? It compiled. That's the first step. The first step is it's valid code. Next is does it kind of work? The reference script on this behavior game object is missing. What? Do I need to... The referenced script on this behavior. Oh, because this needs a top script. How's this working before? When we had two things called top script. We're editing the wrong one, no? The reference script top script on this behavior is missing. The associated script cannot be loaded. Uh-oh, which one did we delete? That is because... Uh-oh. What have we done? Have we made a terrible mistake? Here it is. There's the script. I can read the whole thing. Oh, we shouldn't have messed with this. I saw we had two scripts named kind of the same thing. Now I'm filled with regret. I think we've made a huge mistake by deleting one of them. If I were to... Okay, follow me on this. Let's make it worse. Let's go rename. Please. And we'll call this top script. And nothing bad will happen from renaming this, I'm sure. And then this game object needs this top script. Bam, has all the things that we need. Cool. Let's see it. All right, here we go. So there's our shovel, right? Here's our beautiful placeholder art. If we press Q, now we dropped it. If we leave the scene, and if we come back, it's still there. It's happening. It's happening. Okay. Or if we leave the screen, let's make sure we get our nomenclature right. All right, it's coming together. I want to open top script. So we no longer have two scripts that are named almost the same thing. That's good. Okay, so now we can put an item down. Now we want to be able to pick an item up. So, similarly to our collision detection here, we'll say, let's make it so you can only do one thing with something you're colliding with at a time. Well, or should we just say that we'll always have a rule that, that will never break that something can't be a story object, can't be a dialogue tree and an inventory item. Okay, that's the rule. If input dot get key. So if we've got a letter E, which is going to be our pickup key, and we'll say player inventory dot count is less than 3. So we'll have 3 things total, and that should be it, right? And we need our collider.game object.tag. Should we just put it on the tag, whether it's something you pick up? Equals item. That seems like a bad idea to reuse tags that way. Current not is null, does not equal. And it seems like an easy way to have this information though. Dot game object dot tag does not equal. What could go wrong? So it's not untagged and it's not an item, so we need to add a new tag here, which is going to be tags plus item. Save. So when we create the item, we need to give it this tag item, which we can do easily enough. So if these things are met, so if it is an item, then we say to do. We'll come back here in a second. Before we forget, let's put a tag on this shovel. So we'll say, and this actually will enforce the rule that something can't be an inventory item and have dialogue because they're both set in the same way. So that's sort of a good, I mean, it's not, it wouldn't really be fair, is accurate to say it was intentional, but it's a good quality. So we'll say the shovel character is this new character. It's a shovel texture. It's being placed at the origin to start, but it gets teleported right above our player's head because we're starting with it in his inventory. And the tag is going to be item. Cool. Let's go back to our to-do. Oh, although, if I remember, I think I made an Emacs. How do I can't remember. I made Emacs commands to, like, drop little anchors that we could jump to, but I don't remember. I used to use them all the time at my old work, because I would also use it to, like, highlight lines. Oh, how do I do it? Should we just peek? Do we want to look at some Lisp code while we're doing this? No, we want Emacs. What's in here? Navigation? Oh boy. Oh no, you know what? It'll be in the .emacs file because this won't have the sweet mercy, the key bindings. So if we look in our .emacs and our, will it? Here's our set key bindings anchor, CXO. Okay, set anchor, CCO. So yeah, so the problem is really that, stop this. So I go, what? How do I do this? CXO. Will this highlight a line? Mark set. It doesn't matter. I can't remember how to do it, and my option key is broken anyway. Okay. So if we've done this, if we can pick this item up, so we've got space in our inventory and we're pressing the right item, get key down. Get key? Yeah. So if you hold E down and there's stuff to pick up, you'll keep picking it up for as long as you can. So if we can pick something up, then we need to remove it from the scene and then drop it. Now, the trick is we also don't have the character that we need from the game object. Doesn't have a link back either. So there you go. We need when this game object is created, we'll also need the character. This was really not the right way to... If I'd known what we were going to do, if I'd known where we were going to end up, we would have done this a little bit differently. So when we add an object to the scene, we need to say go.getComponent. Actually, let's do this in the same place. Can we... So when we draw the screen, in fact, I submit to you that we should add this screen... Nah, this is fine. This is good. Because I don't want to add this more than once. So we'll say when we draw the screen, we set the screen parent, and we also set the character. Oh my gosh. This is ridiculous. Okay. Watch how hard it is going to be to take the item out of the scene and put it in our inventory. Equals characters I. So, we set the screen parent. We set the character. Now what we need to do is find that character in the screen parent, remove it, put it in our inventory. So, that is going to be a... Oh, but we can just do... Actually, this is not as bad as I thought. So we're going to go... Think about it. Collider.gameObject. .screen. Oh, it is going to be stupid. Never mind. I'm wrong. It's going to be dumb. GetComponent. Watch how long this line of code is going to have to be. GetComponent. ScreenChild. Let's say... ScreenChild. Oh my god. What does a ScreenChild even mean? So we get the ScreenChild. We say ScreenChild dot screen dot remove character. And hold up. Actually, what does remove character take right now? Did we write it yet? We did not. Character, removed character. Let's write this real quick. Characters dot remove character. Removed character. Oh, it's also just a one-liner. Great. Remove character. Bam. ScreenChild dot character. And we will go ScreenChild dot... So we've removed it from here. Now we want inventory, player inventory. Oh my gosh, it's going to work. We're almost there. We're going to be picking up a hammer and putting it back down, and we're going to be laughing in just a second. Player inventory dot add this ScreenChild dot character. So we've taken it out of the scene, we've added it to the player inventory, and there's one more thing that we need to do, which we need to say ScreenChild dot screen equals null. Just so it's, not weird. Just that's unset. Now, will this ensure that we never collide with the thing we're picking up because we're putting it above our head? I think that will solve the problem of us trying to pick up an item that we're already carrying. But let's find out if that works. I am not bullish about this. I think we've effed up some part of this. Besides the syntax, although also obviously the syntax. 118. What didn't you like about it? You don't like because you think that remove should be capitalized because C# is a weird language like that? Okay, you got it. You don't like my and cannot be applied to operands of type bool and string. That makes a lot of sense to me. Let's see why we did that. 275. This is our 275. Dot tag equals. Great. Here you don't like ScreenChild does not contain a definition for screen. Ah, you're correct. It's screen parent. Let's just call this screen though. So the screen is this. The screen child is what this behavior is. It's saying I'm a child of a screen. Oh my gosh. Okay. A lot of work to try to get this to kind of sort of work. Can we pick up and put down the shovel? This is the test. Here I am, living my happy life, moving around. I put down the shovel. Bam, that's easy enough. We're going to change it to drop the shovel right like on top of me. So we'll move the shovel down. And can I pick up the shovel? Nope. Okay. Oh, there's a no reference exception. Let's take a look at where that happens. Collision detected, 277. All right, where are we getting an NPE? Remove character, screenchild.character, because we never set screenchild.character. Did we? Dot character equals... Ah. We should do this on... adding it to the scene. I was wrong. I thought it would be so smart and cool to do this in the same place where we set the screen. But no, I'm incorrect. Now you're mad. Why are you so mad at me, computer? Because it's going to be go.getComponent.character equals this. So when we draw it onto the screen, that's when we set the... that's when we create the game object. And so at the same time as we create the game object, we'll set the character. I think this will maybe work better. All right, here we go. We put down the shovel. You can't pick up a shovel right now. You're not touching one. Bam! Look at all those NPEs. Why are we getting no reference exception? This is still at 277. Collision detected. Let's look at it. Remove character screenchild.character. Okay. Let's print some stuff out. Oh, you know what? We don't even have to print some stuff out. We can look in the debugger, I think. I think it'll show us here in the scene hierarchy. We'll be able to see this this screenchild thing because of the way we've set it up. So we go shovel. Shovel has a screenchild. It's a script. Is this because we've named... No, it is a screenchild, but we can't see what's on the inside. I see. But we could if we did this. If we put serialized field on top. And that will help us with our debugging, I think. Even though we probably aren't going to like pass in those things through the UI, which is really what that serialized field is for, it'll be nice to see it here. We can take it out at the end if for some reason we feel like it's really important to clean that particular aspect up. So, no? It's still not here? I seem to have been incorrect about whether that would work. Okay, we're back to print statements. No worries. Print statements. So, what was it, 277? We're spending a lot of time on this. Okay. Print. Print. Screenchild. Print that for me. Also print screenchild.screen. Oh, I think I have an idea. Because you notice it hit that problem like a bunch of times in a row. So are we not successfully removing this character from the screen? Screenchild.character. Let's take a close look at these print statements. I have a theory. I have a theory that this is going to print once. This is going to do 3 print lines before we see our first null reference exception. Let's see if that turns out to be the case. That will give us a big hint as to what it could be. Bam. Shovel, null. It has the character, but it doesn't have the scene. Okay. That's because I didn't set the scene, because I'm dumb, because we added the shovel in a special way. Right. That's all fine, though, because that actually makes this a little easier. That means there's not like a systematic problem. There's just, we added this shovel in a funky way, and it's not correct. Shovel character.add to scene. Oh, no. That should work, right? No, that won't work. We need to go... No, when we're dropping it, it's not setting the scene right. That's the problem. So let's see. Q. Here it is. Item character. Item character. Here it is. This is what's missing. Item character. Dot go. Dot get component. Screen child. Dot screen equals current screen. We need that link. I think that's what's missing. I hope. Or else something else will break. We'll find out. It could be both. It could be missing that, and there could be another problem. And then there's one more thing we have to do, which is try to get information about this inventory back into, yeah, we got it. All right, we can get the item back. It kind of works. If I leave and come back, will it still be there? Fantastic. And I can take it with me to here and put it over here and then go and get it back. Okay, we're cooking with gas here. One small thing to change. I want to move the item down a little bit when we put it down. And so we can do that easily enough. We can say on Q, get component, item character, dot go, dot transform. Oh my gosh. Dot translate. Look at this chaining that we have to do. New vector 3, 0, 0, no, 0, 0.0 float. Let's put it at negative 1.5. So we'll put it back on top of our character. I think that will be sufficient. And that'll make it a little clearer that we've dropped the item. And so it'll like go up on top of our head or go back down on the ground. Let's see if that works. Bam. Didn't like that. Object reference not set. Actually did okay there, but 277. I think that we need to... I think this is getting called more than once. So why am I... What else am I picking up? Or what else does it think I'm picking up? Is it trying to pick up the background? That's kind of my... Object.tag equals item. I think it's not moving this bad boy in time. And indeed, that could be the case. So what if we say... what if we also add... that the screen has to be not null for that to fire. So you can only pick up something. We're going to add just another little check here. So we'll say, after you've done all of these checks, if you've made it through, we'll also say end collider dot, oh my god, this is going to be a long one. Collider dot game object dot get component. I'm kind of getting my head around how this... screen child dot screen does not equal null. I think that will solve our null pointer error. I'm kind of getting my head around how to use these components. Maybe the things we're doing with them are illegal and very weird, but functionally, we're kind of getting it. Okay, so I put down my item, I pick it up. I put it down, I pick it up as many times as I want. We don't get the NPE anymore. It's fantastic. We got moving stuff around. Okay. Awfully close. The last piece of secret sauce that we need is going to be putting stuff... I mean, this is kind of cute. We can just, like, make a little world. Did that guy move? No. Okay, let's actually do one more thing, which is let's just put a bunch of shovels in play just to see what that's like. So our... Where's our shovel? Character. Can we put 3 shovels? That should be interesting to see. Will the game object to having multiple things with the same name? So let's just do for int I equals 0. We'll just write a little for loop. I is less than 3. I plus plus. So now we should start the game with 3 shovels above our head. And I think that'll just work. Or else it won't. Let's find out. Three shovels. Oh my god. We got to make them closer together, but this is exactly what we wanted it to be like. And if I put one down, bam. Oh, you know what? That's kind of funny. We said told it to go down when we take an item out, but it just went down like 1 step. It didn't go all the way back down to our dude. But we can drop our shovels around. We can pick them up. Oh my god, it's happening. One more quick thing to do. So for polish, let's add definitely to the polish. More things to dial in. Dial in, inventory, spacing. So this is going to be like telling us to make that stack of stuff look a little bit better. But then what we need to do is when we put down the item... This is a really quick fix. So let's just do this quickly. It should be 1.5 times I. Get component, get the screen, child. Dot count minus 1. Okay. Let's say int index equals player inventory dot count minus 1. And we'll use this in a couple of places. We'll say index times index minus 1 times negative 1.5. Okay, that should put it all the way down by our dude. No. If the index is 0, I don't want it to go up. Hold up. That arithmetic is not right. Plus 1? So if the count was... Oh, no, it's the count, right? So it's going to be count minus 1. So we can just do index. No? So if there was 1 item, then the index is 0. We say index plus 1. Okay, that is what it is. I'm done. And that should fix our item putting down bug. We'll carry around our bunch of shovels and see what happens. Here's all our shovels. There's our little peanut butter man. Boom! We put a shovel down, we put a shovel down, we put a shovel down. We leave the screen. They'll still be there when we come back. There they are. Fantastic. We start picking up shovels. Bam, bam, bam. We got them. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, bam, bam. Whoa! We can pick them all up if they're stacked. I don't think that's intended. But... in fact, that might be considered a bad thing. Let's, how can we make it so we only pick up 1 item per frame? Let's put that in polish. That sounds like not an important thing. Only pick up one item. Great. You can still, because like right now it's obviously annoying, but if you wanted a particular item, you could do a little bit of inventory management by doing something like this. I mean, it's obvious, you would be like, put down these two, put this one over here, now pick up the two, right? And then I got rid of the one in the middle. Cool. We are cooking with gas. How do we get the inventory into ink? That's what we want to know. Let's look at the ink documentation. Oh, it's happening. Ink Unity, this is not what I wanted. I want the one on GitHub. Okay, overview. It's documented in the main ink repo. How do I put an inventory, a variable into my story? Working with lists. Ink lists are a more complex type. Using the ink language, interacting is a bit more involved. Blah, blah, blah. Lists always need to know the origin of their items. Even though orange may have come from a list called fruit and house may have come from a list called places. In ink, these origin lists are automatically resolved for you when writing. However, when working game code, to be more explicit and tell the engine which origin list your items belong to. To create a list with items from a single origin and assign it to a variable in-game, we say var new list equals ink.runtime.inklist, bam. And it'll just know new list.add item, new list.add item. So is fruit the name of our list? A house may have come from a list called places. Story.variable state my list equals new list. Okay. Is this how can you just do var for type? What is the word? I haven't written C++ in so long. Type inference? Boy, we could have saved a lot of time by doing that. That's fine. I did not know there was type inference in C#. You learn something every day, especially the second day of writing a programming language. Okay, let's see. Day 2, still learning new things. Can you believe it? Let's try passing that list in, I guess. Anytime the inventory is updated, we want to update that list and pass it in. So there are 2 times when the inventory is updated. That's when we pick something up or when we put something down. So let's just be explicit. I was going to say let's like put special methods around the inventory, but let's wait until we have at least one more place where the inventory is changed. I'm happy to just do this manually right now. So we'll say var. Oh, we don't even need to do. Yeah, you do. We do. I'm wrong. Var new list equals. We got to use this special ink type. Ink.runtime.inklist. Oh, we have to call it fruit? If you're modifying the list and you know. So how does this get used in my story? The test of your list contains a particular item, but I want to know. And you know that it had elements from a particular origin already. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we'll create this on load up and we'll add and remove items from it when we make changes. Oh boy. Okay. So on start, when we're setting up our player, this is all just for fun. We'll just write for fun, because we're gonna remove that in a bit. We will say var inventory list, inventory ink list equals, and so this will be great because this will mean now we'll be able to pass in information from the game world into ink through this list, and ink will be able to pass information back out through the tags in the dialogue. So ink will be able to basically to test to see what items are in our inventory, and then depending on what dialogue options we hit, we can make our game do stuff too, which is kind of cool if it works. My God. Ink.runtime. What do I need? Ink.runtime.inklist. And I don't understand what a list has to have an origin. But I guess we'll call it inventory. I don't know what the difference is. Story. We need to learn more about ink lists, I guess. So let's actually look at the ink documentation real quick before we do anything else here. We'll do ink, GitHub. Okay, so list. No. List. This is Unity stuff. This is the wrong page. Ink language. Okay, we'll be able to get to it from here. Ink full guide. Bam. Lists. Basic list. The basic unit of state tracking is a list of states defined using the list keyword. But the list is really nothing like a C# list, which is an array. Okay, for instance, we might have list, kettle, cold boiling, recently boiling. This list defines two things. Firstly, 3 new values, cold boiling, recently boiled, and secondly, a variable called kettle state to hold those states. That sounds very similar to a list, no? We can tell the list what value to take. Kettle state equals cold. We can change the value. Kettle state equals boiling. We can query the value. We can also give a list of value when it's defined using a bracket. Wait, so is this not actually a list of things? This is more like an enum than a list. Is a list of states using the list keyword. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad we looked this up because does a list not actually hold multiple things? Advanced list is actually a variable. The values are listed in an order, and that order is considered to be significant. I want to check if a particular value is in that list, though. To see, we can tell the list what value to take. Kettle state equals cold. We can change that value. We can query that value. Give a list of value. But I want to... Oh, that's kind of a pain in the butt, isn't it? So maybe instead we pass the first, second, and third item in our inventory. That's not really what I want. Is the statement actually does two things simultaneously. It creates 3 values and gives them the name parent states of grace if needed and creates a variable called states of grace. Set the value to a number, and it won't preclude the following from being fine. List values. Can I... Multi-valued list. The following examples have all included one deliberate untruth, which we'll now remove. Lists and variables contain list values do not have to contain only one value. Boom, that's what we needed. Can't listen for now, but sorry, around someone's house, so don't do the sprites. Talk later. Didn't do the sprites. Okay, yeah, no worries. No trouble, Rango. That's okay. We're still messing with the skeleton of this a little bit. Maybe too much. So lists are super weird, and that's what we need to know about lists. They are a big pain in the butt in ink. So what we could do instead, lots of things we could do. We could have only one item in our inventory and just pass the name of that item, or we could have 3 separate variables and check. Can I write a function in ink? Simply declare not to be one. Function, say yes to everything, return true. Function. Oh, okay, so we can check all 3 of our inventory slots. That's what we'll do. We'll have one ink variable for each of our 3 inventory slots, and we will write a little ink function that checks them and returns true if any of them are the thing that we're looking for. Does that work? We can pass in a thing, yeah. Called by name and with brackets, even if they have no parameters. This is very weird. Okay. Can I use it inline? Functions can be called inline. Great. This is very weird. But seems to work. Okay, so let's actually write that in ink. Oh, we haven't written a function in ink yet. Should be fun. Let's put it right at the top, I guess. Right after our holding knot. Oh, I forgot that we did this thing with the tag in holding not. Maybe we don't want to pass too much out with the tags. We'll see. So we need to just find this function. We will say it is called inventory has, and we will take a item. Okay? And that item is going to be a string. And we will simply say, ooh, we need to declare a bunch of variables though. Do I declare a global variable? How do I do that? It's fun. We're learning 2 languages, kind of. Global variables. Boom. Global variables can be defined anywhere via a var statement. Fantastic. Watch what I do. Var inventory 1. 1. Can I say equals empty string for there's nothing there? This language is, I mean, this scripting language is pretty robust. It's got to be said. Var inventory 2 equals the empty string. Var inventory 3 equals the empty string. Great. And so what we do, quite simply, oh, this is going to be pretty dumb, but it's going to work. How do I write an if statement here? We can say functions. Take me to functions. Constants, threads, state tracking, blah, blah, blah. Advanced list operations. Take me to functions. Game queries and functions. Hold up. Function. Bam. No. I want to see an if statement in a function. Functions. Return say yes to everything. Oh. Does not need to have a return value can simply do something that is worth packaging up. Functions can be called in line. Ooh. Okay. So we don't write an if. We write it in like the scripting language. So we'll say inventory 1 equals. What a weird way to write this. Okay. Put it in brackets. We say if inventory 1 equals item. Return true. True? How do I write true? Return true. Okay. This needs to not have a quote there. Inventory 2. They don't like what I've written. We'll take a look at that in just a second. Return true. This is not really a great way to write this, but within the considerable, I mean, that's not really what this language is for. But it'll kind of work. And then I do what? I go return false. Why don't you like this line? Branch doesn't have a condition. Yes, you are correct. This should say be like this. So, if any of these branches are true, so if any of these inventory slots are the item we're looking for, we return true. Otherwise, we return false. Bam, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now what we need to do is whenever we add or remove an item from the list, we need to update our we need to update our list in Ink, which is going to be a little bit bananas, but we can do it. We need to update the appropriate variable. And what's crazy is we're going to have to stitch the variable from the together from the index, to stitch the variable name together from the index of the item in our inventory. We can do it. It's going to be weird. And so in fact, let's call these now 0, 1, 2, 3. Just so they match, let's call them 0, 1, 2. That seems sensible. prudent, even. Bam. And then we'll say, let's not put the shovels on our character. Let's put the shovels in the second screen somewhere. We'll just have one shovel. It'll be hanging out on the second screen, right in the middle of the screen. Character, shovel, character. Oh, I'm dumb. Equals new character. Okay. No, like this. New character, shovel, vector, bam. You need a comma. Bam. So, why do you want to do this to me? No. Actually, why do they want me to write my list like that? This might be bad C# style, but I don't want to write my list moving in a diagonal line. That seems crazy to me. So we're just going to format it like this. So we're going to put a shovel on the second screen that we can pick up. It's going to be right in the middle of the screen. Great. And that way we won't have to write more special logic to make the passing it to the story work. So now what we need to do is say, when we pick up and put down an object, we need to set these variables in ink. So, not in move inventory. Let's create methods for put down and pick up. Let's not do that yet. I'll clean it up off camera at some point, or not, whatever. So we need to set a variable in ink. Stop this. How do I set a variable? Read, visit counts. Yeah. Jump to a particular scene. Marking up your content with tags. That makes a lot of sense. So it seems like and it's not wrong, but it seems like their integration is really built for ink sending information back to Unity more than the other. It's like much harder, it feels like, to send stuff the other way. But I could be wrong. Variable observers. Oh. You can register a delegate function to be called whenever a particular variable changes. Oh, that's when it changes in ink. Yeah, see what I mean? Setting getting ink variables. Ink story dot variable state. Bam. That's easy enough. Oh. Okay, maybe I'm being too dramatic. So that's going to be story dot, I already forget. Story dot variable state, and then access it like a dictionary equals whatever value. Okay. So I can go story dot variable state. Already forgot. Is it lowercase? It probably is. And it's also variables state, which I think is a terrible crime. Dot variables state. And we will say, okay, this is the hard part. Ready? Inventory. Can I C# string concatenation? And then we also need C# integer to string. Int to string conversion dot to string. Fantastic. And we can just do it with a plus sign. Also fantastic. Dot. Oh boy. Player inventory dot count -1. Can I really just call dot to string on this? That seems too good to be true, but let's see. It could work. Who knows? It could work. Dot to string. So this is the name of the variable. And we'll say equals. Let's go screen child dot character dot name. So we need that character name. But that's easy enough. We just make that public. So in our character, we just make this. Let's just write an accessor real quick. We'll just say public string get name. Return name. Bam. Easy. And then when we need that name at the bottom, what was that in? We'll search for a Q. We will say dot get name. Bam. And when we remove an item from our inventory, we can say we can almost copy this. We need to move the drop and pick up into functions, I think. This is getting a little crazy. Variable state inventory player inventory dot count dot toString. So we've just successfully removed equals, and we just set this to the empty string. All right. And then let's see if that will compile first. And then we'll do a little bit of ink shenanigans and see if we can test for one of those values. We got a lot to do. Okay. So this runs. This much should still work. I should be able to pick this up, put it down. Great. Now, in ink, oh my god, it could actually work. If we can make this, if this will work, then like we're cooking with gas. We can start making this game. So in PB&J, instead of you sit down and prepare another meal, let's make this a conditional thing. So we'll say, how do I do a conditional statement in ink again? Can't I? Okay, so I will say, or how do I do a function call inside of a condition? That's what we really need to know. The functions can be called in line. Show me how to do it again. Describe health.health. Great, easy. So allegedly, we should be able to write inventory has shovel look at that shovel. Or you sit down to prepare another meal. Let's see if that will work. Oh wait, one more thing. When they describe health, do I have to pass this in quotation marks? Or am I dumb and I just have to write it like this? It's going to say, I don't know what shovel is. And that's good, because that means that this is typed. Good. Okay. Will it work? We will find out. We're now in the difficult place where logic from both engines will be interacting in a more meaningful way. Okay, so when I talk to this man right now, great. And if I go up here, oh wait, I forgot to actually check that he said the right thing at the beginning. I just clicked right past it. You sit down to prepare another meal, great. Our dialogue tree goes, good. We pick up our shovel, good. We talk to this man. Look at that shovel. Oh my god. And if I put down the shovel, will it work? You sit down to prepare another meal. It works. All right. So we can pass information back and forth. We can tell the game what's in our inventory. It doesn't. Each object, the identity of each object is connected to its sprite right now. So we can't. If we basically I think it's going to be fine. I don't think it's a big deal. But our scripting language can't tell the difference between different objects that have the exact same sprite. Like I can't have two things that draw from the same texture file, draw their texture from the same like PNG file, and are treated as being unique from each other. I think that's fine. I don't think that's likely to be a problem, but we kind of got something here. Anything that we want to do to clean this up right now? Maybe we can pick up our items. We can. I can't believe that worked. That seemed too jank to succeed, but we got away with it. Let's go to text edit. Anything we want to put in polish related to this weird system? If no, then I think we can move on to actually writing something, which is terrifying. Now we got to actually do a thing. And the cool bit is, okay, so we should put the part of the game where we like set stuff up right at the beginning. And that way we can just work on this, and all this other crap that we don't care as much about, like all this other crap should just run now. And not need to be updated while we're working on like our game. Actually, maybe this was right the way it was. Put the classes right at the beginning. And then it's fine. How can I write this so that all of this logic is in a different file, and then our setting up our scene is in one particular file? That's what I'd like to do, and that will just make it easier to keep like, this is like the engine basically, and this is us writing the situation. I think we can do this by have this. I mean, we could just write it all in here, in line in the same place. Alternately, we can, let's do that for now. And when it gets too big and becomes too much of a problem, then we'll do something different. Player character, add to screen, sandwich. Yeah. Okay, let's write a little test. I guess we have a little test. Should we just start writing a story and see what we do? I don't have any ideas. All my ideas are mechanical. So we can go like this. I guess we got to plan it out now, right? We got to go like to, where do we want to draw this out? Just like in like a Photoshop or something? Draw some notes up? Free fake Photoshop. Aha. Create new. Let's just make a big space for ourselves to write in. Okay, so now we gotta make a game. We have our everything set up. We gotta make this game now. So what if we... Okay, let's add a layer. This is going to be our little blackboard. It's going to be great. And in fact, we're going to make it a pleasant blue, like it's a blueprint. Because I'm suing for time a little bit. Layer, new layer. Great. Lock that bad boy. And then here's our white. And can we see that when we write on it? Stop this. Can we see that when we write on it with the brush? Kind of. Hello, back, and with image. Oh my. So Rango, we've got it all, we've got all the pieces that we need working. Let me show you what we have to work with. And maybe you can help me come up with some ideas for what to actually do. Also, story. Oh yeah? From Yeti, from yesterday. I got an Italian dessert and just saw ice cream and skipped over the rest. It was 1 scoop of ice cream with espresso and a sweet Scottish whiskey. I don't like espresso or whiskey. Oh no. Oh man. That's brutal. To save room for dessert and then like all the other food is, you've missed it, but it's not actually what you want to eat. You hate to see it. So Rango, this is the complexity of our system that we can work with. We go to Unity, and we've made a little demo that will show everything we can do. So, also the sweet Scottish whiskey was a twist, being in Scotland. Ah, they just call it whiskey there. Okay, so everything we can do. And we might need to change our controls a little bit. Let's actually put that as a polish. As I think king cake idea. I think so too. Yep, I'm on board. The tweak controls is going to be a polish item. Great. So we can move around, obviously. We can move around our world. We can talk to somebody, and it will open up dialogue tree, and we click through, and we can have a little dialogue with them. We can faster movement. That's the biggest change, I think. That's a polish note. We've got a polish for dial-in movement speed. I want to get the, maybe it'll be good for testing if we move faster, but there are different kinds of objects. We can have something that's an obstacle that will stop us from going to a place. This sprite isn't very good because there's a big, there's padding here, but if he filled out the square better, we would just be stopping here. So we can be stopped. We can get an item and carry it around. We can have up to 3 items, but there's only 1 on the screen here. And if we have an item and we move it to a different place and come back, it's still going to be there. I was thinking for Candy Mountain biome, black with red and green dots tile. Wait, dumb idea. Oh, because our character is black. Right, yeah. But the cool thing is if I have this item and I talk to this dude, I can make him say, look at that shovel. So he can, the dialogue tree can tell what items we have in our inventory. And so that way we can work from that. Great. Let's take out the placeholder stuff that we have right now, or we'll take out the placeholder stuff we have right now, but let's draw our first mission, I think, and see if we can build that now. I think that's the next piece that we need. So let's go to just our little blackboard here. Can we limit to only holding 1 item, making a mad rush of hard decisions? We can. Yeah, I mean, that's easy enough. Let's wait and see how we can do, when we need to do that. Yeah, because we can have 3 items on top of our head right now. I kind of like the visual of having a big stack of items everywhere that we're going. But potentially we can do that. So let's see. We start in our starting area, right? So here's our little start. Let's draw it down here. And we can have walls and stuff if we need. But so in our starting area is King Cake here, and we have to talk to him at the beginning. I think that makes sense. So we've got King Cake. And maybe on the floor, here he is. There's our King Cake. Maybe on the floor there's some instructions that tell you what you have to do. The King Cake idea is more feed him whatever the fuck, but the different environments can change how hard it is. Yeah. I like that. So we've got our King Cake and we've got our little guy, and the first thing you have to do, there's something on the floor to tell us what the controls are. We have to go over and talk to King Cake, right? And King Cake says, you are way behind on the rent. You know, I'm not going to let you live here anymore. I'm your landlord. You have to GTFO. So where do we go? What's the first thing that we make or need? Or should we have a big cauldron or something that we cook in? Maybe here too. And so this is or we have a kitchen somewhere else, right? Let's have the kitchen be a separate room. Should we keep the natural disasters? It would definitely allow better shit with ink. Let's start with 1 mission. Let's do 1 little mission or quest first, and then expand from there after we make sure we have everything that we need to actually write something that's real. So and this is just going to be this first one, just going to be a little narrative inventory puzzle game. It might literally be just go to a place and get the thing and bring it back. So inside of king cake is your bed, lamp, kitchen, and belly. You want to go inside king cake to get those things? This was supposed to be locked. No? Doesn't work? All right, let's Okay, are we allowed to scrap the specific quest idea? What do you mean? What will we do if there's no quest? Or we need like what do we do instead if we're not getting things to feed to the king cake? I don't understand what you mean. I think that what we want is if we're not if you don't want to think of it as like specific quest, then we can think of it as like feeding him the first thing that we feed him, right? So what if we have our little area with king later on? Instead, you feed him anything. You're not looking for one specific item. Yes, I think that's fair. Yeah. And we can do that from the get-go even. Why this doesn't draw anything? Please, I'm a simple man. I just want to draw on here. Okay, so let's do it like this. So let's do it like you start out, and there's like this little area, and there's the king cake. He's here. Okay, this is our king cake. We got him. And you start here, and you have a little dialogue with him, right? Yeah, I see what you mean. So we have our little dialogue with King Cake, and he says, hey, you need to get me food. And there's like a sign here that says the kitchen, or he says like, you can go to the kitchen over there, and that's where you cook. And in here we've got the kitchen, and the kitchen has got like maybe like a checkered floor or something. And there's like a little pot or something we can cook in, right? Here in the kitchen. And so cooking in the kitchen will also be potentially a dialogue tree. Or maybe there's like the recipes here. I don't know. This is the kitchen. So we'll go K for kitchen. This is the hub. This is King Cake. This is also K. It's going to be KC though for King Cake. And then we can go out in the world maybe somewhere here. And then like what's out in the world? What's the first thing that we can cook? I think that's a good way to do it. If we put in, so what if every recipe has up to 3 ingredients and we have like a recipe book here or something, or like a list of recipes that are like wanted posters that are like, hey, these are the things we want to cook. And you have to go like find the ingredients. Wait, idea. Big foods are NPC foods, but we also feed them to him or get their help some way. It can even be like a chance for them to retrieve, aka give you item at a certain chance. Oh, we're actually cooking. Right. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So the idea is I go in here and I can look at any of these little posters and their recipes. They'll give me some kind of hint. They'll say peanut butter and jelly, and we'll be like, oh, this is a sandwich made of bread and peanut butter and something sweet or whatever, right? And we go out in the world and we look for those 3 things and we bring them back on top of our head to the cooking pot. When we do the cooking pot, it takes away our 3 items and gives us back a new one, which I realize we need to do, but we'll add that in a second. We'll add that after we build some other stuff. And then you bring that stuff that you've cooked, you bring it to King Cake and you feed him. And that's the loop. And then maybe we can have like our bedroom or something. This can be like our house. So you can have like a tiny bedroom attached, or maybe maybe there's just a bed in the kitchen. That's actually, I think that's better. Our kitchen has a little bed. This is where we live. So what's out in the world? Wait, idea to keep it simpler. We can choose any recipe, but we can't have a recipe more than once, limiting you more as you go on. Yeah, that works for me. I think you can impose that limit by just having limited ingredients in the world, right? So this whole game is going to be about exploring out in the world and bringing ingredients probably back to this kitchen and just like dropping them off and then trying to bring the right list of ingredients to this pot. So this isn't like a quest that gets completed. This is just like the recipes are just like a really short dialogue tree that says, hey, you need this, this, and this. And that's it. And so maybe you could they don't like go away when you complete the quest or anything else. And King Cake will like knock money off of your rent or something as you go. That's something we need to do too. So, to-dos, score/rent. We need to implement, and we also need, but we won't do that yet. I want to make some of this world. We also need to make scripts. We'll say ink can take and give items. So it should be able to take an item out of take items out of our inventory and replace them with a different one, would be the hope. We can do that with tags, probably. We'll say with tags so we don't forget, but we won't do that yet. Right now, let's just design it, and we'll just bring all the ingredients back here, and we'll pretend that we've cooked them up. So what does our world look like? Let's just start to draw. Like, so remember, the items that we have, we can have, we'll call these characters. Can I have this be white like everything else? Because I think that would look good. So our characters that we can add to the world can be items, NPCs. So NPCs are people, anybody with a dialogue tree, or obstacles. And those are our choices. I think it's a great way. We limit inventory, then the player can make any recipe and we feed it to the king at the start. But he can't have more than once. Player wins once he eats every recipe. I'm on board. Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, so let's put this thing that says characters. We'll just put this like up here. So these are the kinds of things that we can put in this world. And we can have scenes that connect to each other, north, south, east, and west. And so I think even actually this maybe will be in the middle, and we can, let's get rid of this arrow here, because I want these arrows to show us where screens are linking together. Cool. So we go out in the kitchen, and let's just build like a few things north, right? Or we can like move things around. Let's build a really basic one first. So there's going to be, when we build our first version here, there's going to be one recipe poster up. There's going to be our place to cook. There's going to be king cake. For ingredient types, we have common and rare. I think that allows for good meal recipes without going too crazy in design. I like that. Yeah, so like some ingredients, they have like a good version and a bad version, or like a common version and a less common version that we find out in the world. I'm on board with that. I think a lot of the loop is going to be like going and getting stuff and just like dropping it back at the kitchen. But I'm okay with that. Or you can like leave it in place and go, you can decide how you want to do it. Maybe we'll have a countdown or a timer. We'll see if that improves the game. That'll be a last thing. Let's go polish. Timer? I think probably we will end up deciding not to do it. Okay, so but what is this? So we go out from the king cake's throne room, or his place. What do we see out here? Oh, I just meant different types of ingredients. Oh, okay. I see. So are some things occurring more than once in the world then? So inside him, just like a posters for ingredients. Yeah, inside the or I think like inside the kitchen. I think we're not going to go inside king cake. I think that's we could. But then we'll have to use a different sprite because we want to like make it obvious that he's like a door that we can go into. But let's keep the kitchen separate. I'm actually up for that. So we go out here. What's this first place in the world look like? Do we want to go have like maybe like a bridge that we go over at the beginning? So to let us know that we're going out into the wild. So we've got like, yeah, we don't want like loads of unique ingredients. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, I got you. So are some ingredients used in multiple recipes then? Would you have like bread be used for like a few different kinds of sandwiches? Does that make sense? And then so bread is like common. I want open design. 4 ways, first major screen. Okay. So our first major screen, let's say we've got like a Crossroads, right? Yeah, that was my idea. We have lots of different combos. Oh, I see. That's what I haven't been. That's where I haven't been on the same page. Okay, so the first one is going to be the Crossroads. Okay, and it's going to be this screen that looks like this. So if we go back, it'll take us to king cake, and otherwise we'll go out to different places. So let's just draw one of them for now, and we'll do our open design. We'll build out the other branches as we kind of go. What if we go up here? And there's a place here where maybe there's bushes, but behind one of the bushes, there's like something that we want. Or we could have berry bushes and we get berries from one of the berry bushes. Let's do it like that. So this is going to be the berry bush area. To keep it cheaper on the sprites, we can hide all the recipes under a universal covered dish sprite. Ooh, I like it. Right, so we just bring him like the dish on top of our head. That might be a good idea. Yeah. And so that's one of the things that berry bushes is a good basic ingredient. Yeah, and I think it could be good because we can draw the bush as the background and then put the berries on top of it. Might be kind of funny. So let's do this much. I think let's build this much in the game. This is going to be plenty to get us started. So we're going to have King Cake. We're going to have a little dialogue with him. We're going to have... What's our first recipe with berry bushes? Should we just have, like, plain berries be a recipe? Let's not worry about it. We're not going to worry about it, actually. I changed my mind. I just want to make sure we can script this much, make sure that these pieces... We can steal all the ingredients from oh, yeah, that's the funny thing. Oh, we can steal it all from Don't Starve. Just take all the recipes wholesale. Perfect. Let's just make a bad version of Don't Starve. I feel like I could do that. I feel like that's within my power. How hard could it be? Okay, so out here there's berry bushes, and maybe there's like some rocks. So let's go... Let's just draw one of these screens. Let's just draw some of these assets that we'll need, or we'll draw at least placeholders. Oh my god, I'm excited actually. We're going to do it. We're going to do just this much. So we're going to go to our project, assets, resources. Let's clear out this whole screen. So all these assets that we have right now, let's just remove them. And say we're starting with all new stuff. Yeah, I swear, Monster Lasagna was our creative idea. We came up with it first. Absolutely. Yeah, I think I'm like 99% sure we invented Monster Lasagna. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do is open up the terminal. Is this going to dox me? Almost certainly. CD/documents. Don't dox me, don't dox me. Okay, good. Documents. It would be fine. What is the name of our project? Sample scene. Our thing is actually called... What? I see what has happened. Okay. Is this not in documents? Hold up. Let me dox my... Let me try... Let me make at least a token effort to not dox myself real quick. Documents, Inkjam. Oh, I'm dumb. You're telling me there's nothing called Inkjam in here. There is. Got it. Inkjam. I'm dumb. I literally just can't. We can start with berry whiskey. I'm on board. Yeah, berry whiskey is the first thing. Perfect. Aged to perfections. So we'll have berry whiskey. We'll just do that. Can it take like a berry and a barrel maybe? And there'll be like a barrel down somewhere over here that's just like sitting out by the castle, and you grab the barrel and bring it back. 3 slot recipes? Yeah, it could be 1, 2, or 3 slots, I guess, because it'll be however much stuff you have on your head. And basically we can write in ink a little dialogue tree for like our cooking pot or our oven or whatever, our stove, that just like goes through a list of like recipes. And if you could cook the recipe, it'll show you a button to say, would you like to cook this? That's the idea. Okay, I'm getting excited about this again. What were we doing here? We wanted to go resources, or what? Assets, resources. And let's just move all of the stuff here into somewhere else. We will go Mictor. We'll call this old resources. MV. And we'll move this all into old resources. So we've moved all of our resources out. Now we put the new ones in. So I want to do, for some recipes, multiple ways to make the recipes. That is based on a value system for foods. Oh, we can do that. Yeah, we'll have to call the recipes maybe slightly different things so you can tell them apart in the narrative. A value system seems good for ink, right? I think so. Yeah, because I think we can tag how good the recipe like is. Yeah. Okay, so so we've taken all of our resources out. Let's also take out, or let's comment out at least, all of our code here. Spawn the player. That's something that we're still going to want to do. Everything else here, we can just comment all of this out. So this is going to make this code not run. And then we can add our first scene. So we'll say, let's define screens. So let's call this throne room. This is going to be the name of a screen. And we will say it is a new screen with a new list character. We're going to go backwards before we go forwards a little bit here. You'll see what I mean. So it's going to have an empty list of characters to start. And then because we have to set the current scene to be something. So we'll say current scene equals scene equals throne room. Current screen. Do we call it current? Yeah, current screen. Sorry, let me see your comment. No, I meant like you can use multiple combos to make one recipe. Instead of coding all possible combos, we use a value system for ingredients. Like buried is valued at 1 fruit value. Yeah, we can do that. Yes. The trick of it is, what is the trick of it going to be? Yeah, we'll have to make a few little changes. Because basically right now we're passing the... Yes, we can do that. So what we can do is we'll have to write that into the... like when we pass our inventory in, we'll have to pass something slightly different. I did not steal that idea from Don't Starve. No, not at all. The answer is yes, we can do that. Let's add that as a to-do. So we'll say to-do, Ink can take and give items, and we'll also say items have values. Items have values. Items are distinct. Items, what do I want to say? Distinct items can fill the same role in recipes, right? So that we can have two things like an apple and a berry, and they're both fruits, and one is like a fruit 3 and one is a fruit 1. We can probably get away with specifics for now, but when we get more ingredients, I think we will need it. I think you're right too. Yeah. And so we'll do this when we get to our recipe. So we'll have to do that we'll have to do this to finish out what we're trying to build right now. So let me grab from Discord your little character that you drew. Real quick. And we'll put him as our player. And so to start, we'll just draw our little player and see what we got from there. All right. Here's our room. Good. My chat with you. I need to make tiles, lol. It's all right. We'll draw some quick backgrounds. We'll draw some placeholder assets for now. And as we build this out, it'll be clearer like which assets need a good version or need like a new version. Let me save this image to downloads. And then can I... Okay, check it out. MV downloads / what was this called? 7A. And we will move this to Inkjam / assets / resources. And we will call this player.png. No such file or directory. Why would say this to me? Is there no resources anymore? What happened to resources? But, oh, okay. Let's do it like this. It says it does exist. I'm dumb. Make directory, make this resources directory. File exists. So why can't I move something into there? I can. Okay. And if I try to rename this, can I go player.png? Sorry, that'll be Inkjam assets resources / player.png. Rename. Bam, it's done. So now if we look at our Unity project, it should be like we have to sync all this stuff. Okay, inventory. Do we got basic one or something more unique? We could go like, we only hold one, but use creative ways like carts or boars to move other stuff. let's start with basic inventory, and it's just you hold 3 items above your head. And if you want to bring things back to the kitchen, the way you do it is you carry it back to the kitchen and put it down on the floor. I think that's going to be... We can think of ways to like expand the inventory from there. I think maybe afterward. Here's our boy. He's bigger than I expected. Let's, that's fine. Because we're scaling him up in the code. So we can actually we can just not do that. I think 4 or 5 space inventory, and if the world gets big, we can get more creative ways to move smaller pieces. So the good news is our inventory, like, we can, let's just comment this out. The good news is, what's the good news? Actually, you know what? I do take that back. Let's, losing my mind. The good news is it's easy to add more slots to our inventory. Yeah, we've got it at 3 right now. It's kind of weird. 3 is in a way hard, like the size of the inventory is in a way hard coded because the way we're checking in ink, if we have an item, is we're going through each slot in the inventory one at a time and saying, is this the item? Is this the item? Is this the item? And that's how we check if we have it or not. So we can add like 4, more slots here pretty easily, but it will take changes to both ink and to our code. So let's see. So we've got our, let's look at your graphic that you sent me. We might need to scale it down. So we're going to open image from, I'm going to go, whoop. Oh, the doxing is happening. It's fine. If we go to 6 inventory slots for 2 recipes, bam. It's not a bad idea. Let's see, if I'm here, this is in the wrong place. If I go to my documents, if I open up this folder, scenes, no, resources, player, boom. Okay, we've got our player. The image size right now is 643 by 643. That's easy to fix though. So we're just gonna scale this back down. I suggested not to drop stuff off. Oh, sorry, I missed this. I don't think we should drop stuff off. I think then players can stockpile too easy. I think the loop is better going in and out. How do we stop somebody from carrying something back to the house? Do we like how do we like put it back where we found it if you drop it? Let's see. So we're gonna shrink this down to 32 by 32. Constrain proportions, smoothing, and so that should give us a little version of your guy, and he looks great. Perfect. And we left a little bit of space for him to bounce up and down, which is awesome. If we do animation, which we should put as a polish item, let's go polish. We got lots of items for polish. This is good. Animating, animate, walk. Great. Whoa, lots to do. I'm excited. It's coming together. Okay, so here's our little man. We're going to save him as a PNG. And then I can do this MV again. Can I do the player.png? And will it overwrite the one that's there? They're identical. No, don't be like that. I don't think that's true. Remove the player that's there. Message file or directory. How can you say this? Because there's 2. Fair. What? Why is this so effed up? Oh, I'm truly dumb. Move this from downloads. All right. I think that maybe worked. So now our guy should be smaller. We throw it away and get voice telling us it resets back at its home. Okay. Okay, best idea in my opinion. 5 or 6 inventory slots on player and 3 slots to store at base. Ah, so we have like a little... Here's our little man. We can scale him up more. But here's what he looks like right now. How do we feel about the scale? Do we want him to be bigger? Do we want him to be smaller compared to the size of the screen? We could double his size if we wanted. But I actually kind of like him being a little dude. It gives us more room to do stuff in the levels, I think. But it also makes it harder to see the art, I guess. Let's scale him up. F it. Let's do it. So we will go... Put it to a 6. What if he was 2 times the size? And then we've got this crazy like 11 by 17 tile aspect ratio, but it's fine. I think, or 11 by 7 maybe? I forget. So here he is. This is how big he is. Bigger. I kind of want to keep less stuff on screen maybe. We could go zoom alternately. Yeah, okay, we'll do it like this. Actually, so let's do it. Yeah, we'll do him 32 by 32. The only thing is like Unity, when it scales up, it's kind of blurry. So let's do it like this. We're going to leave it at 3.0, but we're just going to double the size of the image. Which should work fine, I think. Good, an add. Image size. So instead of 64, we'll go by 10. I know. Oh. So we'll save the base image is bigger, and then, make him. Can we quickly add the animation? Yeah, you know what, we can. Let's do that. Let's make sure that he looks good, and then we'll add it in. I think that's doable. Let's just see this first frame. So then we'll need, it'll be a little bit of a thing, but we can do it. Why is he small again? Oh, because I forgot to actually move the asset over. Here he goes. He should be a little bit bigger now. And by that I mean twice as big. Bam. There's our boy. Let's actually also make him faster. I think you were right. And it'll also just make it easier to test. We can still dial it in later, but just like for our own testing, let's have him zip around. Oh boy. Move player. So vector up times speed scale. Oh, actually, I kind of had the good sense to write this in here. So you go slightly faster at a diagonal for some reason, but not twice as fast. Because even though you should go half the speed in each direction at a diagonal, since you're moving in 2 directions, it looked really weird and felt really bad when we did it. So we've made it so diagonal is faster. Okay, there's our little quick boy. There he goes quick. Awesome. Let's see if we can make him animated. So let's also draw our... Can we add a dodge or too much for like a little parkour situations? Let's hold off on it for the moment. But we'll put it in game mechanics because I think something like that is going to be important because let's just call it movement trick. Some kind of a jump or a dodge or a dash or something, because I think we're going to run out of ideas for how to make these screens if we only have this one way of moving. I think that's a good call out. So we'll put some kind of a movement trick. Yeah, dodge, a little dash, something that will help us get over a gap maybe or move through certain kinds of walls. I thought a supplementary mechanic is important. I think you're right. I think that we're gonna, we're gonna get really stuck if we stuck trying to draw these zones if we don't have, any kind of extra stuff. Okay, so our player sprite, we're actually gonna rename to, oh boy. What if just the player is animated to start? Okay, this is the question. So, it will be faster to write just the player being animated, and it's like a special rule that the player gets to be animated and nothing else does. That will be faster to do right now, unless we want other stuff to be animated later too, because it will take more time to add the thing just for the player and then take it out and put in the general thing. So if we want to do a little bit of coding, we could add the animation right now for all stuff, or if we want to do if we want to do a lot of coding, we could do that. If we want to do a little bit of coding, we could just throw a little walk cycle on the player character. Let's do that. I've convinced myself. We're going to try to throw a little walk cycle on the player character. So the player has to have a sprite. Maybe we can do a little bit of both. Maybe we can split the difference a little bit. So our character has a sprite. Their sprite loads up the name of a texture. So let's also go public frame, public int. We'll call this current frame equals 0. Okay? So current frame starts as being 0, and we get the texture name plus, I was thinking animation for maybe some stuff, but only maybe in very few. Yeah, okay. We can use the Unity particle system to make the dodge noticeable without animation. Oh, nice. That would be cool to have like a little effect or something when we're doing it. We'll put this into the characters, but we'll make it so the way we're going to do it is we're going to make it so that a single character can have multiple frames of like animation that it could have, but we're going to make it very manual to change those frames. So from the outside right now, you're going to have to do something to switch which frame we're looking at. .toString. So, okay, yeah, I think that'll be kind of a reasonable compromise. And so we can put it in the like player controls. We can put it that will switch between the animations. So let's have it like this. So instead of player, we're going to save this guy as player 0. All right. We're going to give him a left and a right, and a left walking and a right walking. So here he is, and that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. I should start on ingredients soon. Yeah, we could do some ingredients. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Image, flip horizontal. So then that will be, oh, you know what? That's fine. This will be player 1. I'm wrong. This will be player 2. Okay. And we need his facing the other direction animation. Actually, I think this will add a lot. I think it's a good notion to add this now. Let's make him, when he's animated, he moves up a little bit. And we'll change his hat a little bit too. So he's gonna go up. We'll redraw his hat, but his little feet are gonna be like up too. Ah, you know what the problem is? Let's open him in Asprite. It's gonna be a little bit easier to draw him. Also, let's just like don't starve have an inspect button for ingredients to make use of ink maybe. Yeah, the trick is, that's a good idea. The way we've written it right now, something can't be an item and have a dialogue tree. But we could change that. We could fix that potentially. The hat jumps like the hat is above him. Oh, okay. Let's open this with a different image editor, though. I made a mistake. We're going to go open in downloads, please. Thanks for that. We're going to go to our downloads. Shit, the inspect is the last touch, though. Let's put it as a polish. I like that, too. Yep. Inspect. We could fix it. We could change it. It's just that we use the same... what am I trying to say? We use the same... Like... We whether something is a dialogue tree or whether it's an item, we write it in the same like piece of data, the same part of the thing. So they can't really be both right now, but we could change that. We just did that for convenience, basically. Project is really coming together fast today. There's a lot to do. I think that making this content is going to be definitely the tough part. Okay, so you're right. So we're gonna grab slice tool. We slice his hat, and we we lift it up. And I'm going to redraw it. What the hell? Why doesn't that work? What is the slice tool supposed to do? Okay. Slice tool? Does this work? Does this... What is a slice? Okay. So we have the rest of the today and most of tomorrow. That's the idea. Yep. Delete slice? Slice properties? I want to move this slice. Why is that illegal? Can I... All right, it's forbidden. You're not allowed to move the slice. Don't know why. Don't get it. I obviously just don't know what a slice is. That's fine. But we can move our guy. Okay, so let's move him up a little bit. Shoot. So we move him straight up. Like, boom, boom. And we'll make his little feet doing something cute, like he's jumping. So let's get his feet. And can I get a little eraser too? Will it just be a one block? Good. So go boom. 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 So his little feet are going to be like... do you think we have enough time? I think time is a real concern, definitely. So he goes like this, so we know he's jumping. That might look ridiculous, but we'll try it. And then we need his hat to go up even higher. So that's going to be... How are we going to make his hat go up even higher? I don't have like layers, or both of my image editing tools do some of the things that I need, but not all of the things. One of the first things after we get the recipe system sorted is a win state for all dishes being eaten by the cake, so that even if we don't add too much, we have a finished experience. That's a really good idea. Yep. Is try to get to somewhere where we have, how does a slice work? Slice? What are you? Magic wand. Replace add to current selection. Okay, actually this can work. Forget the slice. Use the magic wand. Bam. Why is it have like an outside? I didn't ask for this. That's fine. That's good enough. Grab the hat and just move it up. We can't quite do it. This tool just, like, it's not quite what we need. Oh my God. Here's what we need. There we go. Sweet mercy. And let's make a few little changes to this hat. So his hat has jumped up. We are going to get the color of the hat. And we're going to make the hat look like it's like dipping down a little bit, is my idea. So we'll go like... and let's take a little bit off of this. Actually, can we make this eraser be 4 pixels? Since we're kind of working at that scale, that does not do what I need it to do. 2. Yeah, nice. Finally, we got there. Yeah, took us long enough to get there, but we did. Okay, and so we erased a bit. And let's go like it's flattening out maybe a little bit. Shoot. I can fix this. All right, we got to come through with the this boy. I see why this was a mistake. I thought that I was being really smart using the 2x2 brush. I can see that it's actually not going to save me much trouble. That's legal, right? Boom. No, it's not. 1, 2. Shoot. These are going to look cute or neat or a terrible mistake. I think we should brace ourselves for either outcome. Okay, so this is what it did look like, and that all looks great and good. I want to take a little off the top and maybe squash. Let's actually see if we could squash the whole thing down a little bit. Boom. And we'll move this up. No, this is up the right amount. That's good. And then we squish it out a little bit. So it's like boom And it'll go like boom, 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 boom. Will it look good? Will it look terrible? Time to find out. Let's just have our moment of truth. This should not be the way that it is. Why? Oh, I see what I've done. Okay. Bam. I think that will do it. Or it will look like the worst thing in the world. Let's find out. And so we save this. It looks terrible. We can use it anyway. The judge will eat it up. All our sprites, just like King Cake, eat up all our foods. Perfect. Yeah, I wonder what the... I mean, I'm not super bullish on us, like, winning a thing. But it would be very cool if we did. So this will be player 1. Okay. And now, in Pixlr, which is our other tool that we find a little bit easier to use, we go... But it's bad for pixel art. We'll go open image in, please. Resources. Assets. This is the wrong one. We want in... I'm scared with all the sprites mixed together. I'm worried it won't look cool. Foodland and like a messy nightmare. That's fine. Don't forget, rule number 1 of the ground rules. If it looks bad, that's fine. That's our first and most important rule. We're trying to make peace with that early. True. Okay, so let's also real quick do a rename on this player. It will look bizarre either way. I think there's a real chance, yeah. I think, and that's fine. I'm down with that. We're gonna change this to be called player0.png. Then I'm going to open up player 0 and player MV player, what else is here? Player 1. This should actually be called stop this. Sorting layer, perfect. This should actually be called player 2 because this is going to be, no, this is player 1. This is right. I'm wrong. We need to do the horizontal swap for both of these. So we go to our assets, our resources. I'm going to open both of these up. Bam. We're going to flip them. Transform. Flip horizontal. Please. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. It's a bit of a whole thing. Image rotation, flip horizontal. Bam. Here he is. This is player 3. You ever had that classic Italian pudding? What classic Italian pudding? No, maybe not. I don't think I've had like a delicious Italian pudding. And image rotation. It's going to yell at us because this is locked. Image rotation. Flip horizontal. Bam. This is going to be player 2. All right? So we've got inner downloads, player 3, and player 2. We'll move them both to our resources folder. This is going to work. It's a little bit of an aside, but it'll be good. It'll open up a lot of stuff for us to do later. MV, check it out. MV, downloads / player 2, downloads / player 3. All of these should now be in our Unity resources folder. Bam. Player 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Now, the one I said about and didn't like. Ice cream, espresso, and whiskey, or maybe traditionally whiskey outside the Scottish twist. Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever had that. That sounds kind of good. I do like espresso. I'm not crazy about whiskey. But, okay. So we say, draw this, sprite renderer loads this texture. Now, equals go texture. So what we want to do is say, have a private, can I have an array of sprites? What does an array even look like? C# array. Jagged arrays. Let's just make it a list. F it. It's fine. It might not be the most, because we know how to make a list, is really the whole reason. Private list of sprites, and we will call this frames, equals, no. We do this on instantiation. We say frames. No, I'm wrong. On add to scene, we add the frames. As Italian, do you know the national alcohol of Italy? I'm not sure. I guess when I think of Italy, I think of like red wine or like grappa, but I've never had grappa, so I don't know. I'm not sure. We want to load all these textures. This might be inefficient. I don't think it'll be a problem loading these tiny resources in every time we add these to a scene, but we can experiment. So we'll say textures. Ooh, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna get the right number of frames? We need to know int total frames equals 1. So most things only have one frame, but we can specify and say that there are more frames. And we'll say private int total frames. Total frames equals, no. Down here, total frames equals total frames. Okay. So, check it out. We are going to, instead of loading this one texture, we're going to load a whole bunch. We're going to say for int I equals 0, I in range, nope, I'm dumb. I is less than total frames. Okay, quick question. What is your nationality in your words? I know you said Italian, though in US, I believe you said right now. Yeah, so I'm not really, okay, what's the right way to say this? I had a friend, okay, who worked in recycling. He worked in paper recycling. And one of the things they did is they graded different kinds of paper, right? And so you had like high-grade cardboard was worth a lot of money. And that would be something produced out of like a warehouse or a factory or something that like deals with a lot of cardboard boxes. And then you have like different kinds of paper, different grades all the way down. And then the lowest quality paper, the lowest grade is mixed paper. Okay, so mixed paper is like the paper that's coming out of an office building that's like, you know, all kinds of stuff. There's some cardboard, there's some legal paper, there's some little bit of wrapping paper somebody threw away. It's just barely above trash, right? And so the thing is, like, if you had, because it's all mixed together and because there's labor that needs to be done to take it apart, it's actually worth less than, like, if you took any of the components that's in it and just had that component by itself, it would be worth more than the mixed paper. So basically, when we're talking about mixed paper, it's like a mix of mostly low-quality ingredients, mostly low-quality kinds of paper that are all coming together into a big mishmash to make something which is worth less than the sum of its parts. So my ethnicity is like the mixed paper of ethnicity. It's just all European ethnicities, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, coming together and just being a trash swirl of a person, genetically speaking. And that's who I am. that's my ethnicity. I just all kinds of European. A lot of people in the US are like that, I think. They'll be like, oh, I'm like 1/4 German and 1/8 Irish and 1/2 Scottish and 1/16 French and, you know, all these little tiny pieces. I'm one of those. In reality, I'm several generations. You know, my great-grandfather was from Italy, but that's the most recent, like, Italian relative that I have. Ah, okay. Are you American or Italian born? American born, for sure. Yeah. And so are my parents, and so were their parents. I think. Maybe somebody on my mom's side was from Germany. One of the grandparents? Probably not. Um, okay. So let's. I was just wondering. Yeah, no worries. I thought, but just wondering. Yeah, no trouble. I don't mind. I don't mind chatting about it. All right. So for each of these frames, we're going to say. Oh my gosh. Okay. Check it out. Frames. Do we have a frames? Yeah, frames. Dot add. Makes sense. America is basically settlers from all over Europe. Well, settlers and slaves. Yeah, that's true. A lot of immigrants from all over the place. Both willing and unwilling, as it were. We don't want. So the weird thing is, I don't want to do this. We got to remember to clear out the frames when we. This is what we do. Check it out. So if frames.count equals 0. So if we haven't loaded the frames yet for this character, then load them up. That's what we say, and that's how we avoid doing it every time we move scenes. We don't have to read all these things from the disk or whatever. I don't know how Unity works, but we don't have to load up all these things again. This should match with this, no? Cool. So we say, so if there are no frames yet, then for each of these integers, we add the frame. Then we say goSR.sprite equals frames 0. So this should have the effect of it's not animated yet, but it should just show our little guy in the middle, and that should be fine. What's the problem? Plus cannot be applied to operands of type string and method group. Yes, you're correct. This should be to string with parentheses. Will it work? So we should see our little dude not animated, but loaded from this player 0. He should be facing in this direction. Nope. Arc reference not set to an instance of an object. Let's see where it's yelling at us. 345. That's not really where I expected it to happen. .go. Here. That is unexpected. Let's look at our logic there. There's probably a bug in that code. So goSR.sprite equals frame 0. That seems fine. .load sprite. Oh, we got to pass in the total frames? No, total frames should be 1, right? Total frames is 1 by default. So we should say for, total frames. Why isn't this all loading up? I mean, here in England, we are too, if you think about it. Before any kings, we got Greek immigrants, got imperialized by the Romans, and then got taken over by Scandinavian Vikings. I don't know if it's true, but I heard that a lot of place names in England tend to be like older if they are places that are high. Like if you look at the elevation, places that are like higher up tend to have kind of older names from like, I don't know what the older kind of naming influences would be, because they were less likely to be renamed by like the Romans or the Vikings because places with higher elevation tended to be more defensible. I don't know if that's true, but I heard it, and it's cool if it is true. File under cool but spurious facts. Okay, and why is our player 0 not loading? Console. It's all at 344. Is something else bad happening before? 86. This is what we need. Character.add to scene. I kind of figured something was going bad first. If frames.count, this is the one. Frames is supposed to be a list sprite. Ah, this is what we need. Equals. Well, didn't we do that here? No, we forgot to do it on. Got it. Frames equals new list sprite. Bam. That will hopefully fix it. Not true. Okay. But it's also kind of true, as Northern UK did not get touched for ages and using mountain tactics. Oh, okay. Nice. It kind of sounded not true. I'm not super surprised. Let's see if this will work now. Bam. There's our man. He can move around. He can do all the things we love for him to do. But he's not animated yet. Now we animate him. So what we do is we say, we got to look at his movement. And we're going to do this, like I said, kind of janky style. Oh, you know what? We're going to write a little method to update the frame. It'll just take a second. We can go sr.sprite. Can I get that? Yeah, let's go public void change frame. Ireland and Scotland still have a lot of left from unimperialized culture with old Gaelic language. Gaelic, not garlic, lol. Yeah. Let's say change frame. Or set frame, maybe? Set frame. And we'll take an int I. And we will do this. So we'll say we need that sprite renderer. So we'll get the sprite renderer. And we'll say go sr.sprite equals frames I. And then we also say can I get the current frame? Is it public right now? Yes, current frame is public. That's awesome. If a little bit weird. And we'll say current frame equals I. Okay. So when we do move player, old times, then we came in and crushed all Scottish industry. Oh, good. Old times, though. So industry was like wool weaving in small wooden huts. Interesting. So not like a big factory with smoke pouring out. I gotcha. Okay, so what I want to say is, here, when our player is moving, let's have a little spot for... So if we're moving left, we will say... Oh, how do we do this? If I can do this, let's do animate here. This is gonna not work at first because the animation's gonna be really fast. So it's gonna look like we're going crazy blurry when we're walking, and maybe that will be fine. We'll say if left. Well, it's only when we go left and right, right? So we'll say, please. If you're going left, then we can say player go dot. Oh, how do we get the player's character? Do we have a... When we created the player, how did we do that originally? In start. So player character was a character. Got it. So we need to do... Let's make that a public variable here, or private variable here too, so that we can access that character. Then we, the Jacobites, tried to fight for a king who doesn't F over Scotland, who's also 4 in heirs compared to Parliament's pick of the 30th in line living in Germany. The Jacobites lost, sadly. Oh, no. I don't really know English history too well. Private character, we're going to say this is player character because we're going to need to access this somewhere else. And then check out this, where we make our... Oh, man, this is really getting unwieldy, isn't it? This is just going to say player character equals this. And then we can look for In move player, we can say player character. Well, that is Scottish, not English history. Oh, okay. Player character dot. Oh. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Set frame 0 if we're going left. And otherwise, this is the first step. Dot set frame 1. Let's see it. We got a lot to do. We're going to do a lot tomorrow, I think. I'd planned to only go till 3, but I think we'll just go all day again tomorrow. Because I thought the deadline was at 3 tomorrow, but it's actually 3 the next day. So what we want to see is... Nope. Index was out of range. It must be non-negative and less than that of the collection. Parameter index. Why? Oh, I'm dumb. Because we need to say... player character doesn't just need collides. They also need total frames is going to be 4. So unlike other things which will only have 1 total frame, this one is going to load up 4 frames. It could work. So we're going to have a very simple, easy-ish to implement, but hard to use. Well, that didn't work. Animation system. Also, misconception. People often say the Jacobite War is Scottish versus English, but that's not true, as a third of the Jacobites were made up of Irish and English, and the English government army was made up of quite a bit of local Scottish clans. Oh, interesting. So it wasn't right. So people think of the factions as being these Scottish versus English, but like, I guess, I don't know if ethnically is the right word, but like ethnically, both sides were kind of mixes. It wasn't just strictly the Scots on one side, the English people on the other. Okay. Total frames is 4. Why? Because I'm dumb. Because I said to set it to 0 and 1, and it should be 0 and 2, right? This is the problem here. Set frame to 2. Yeah, okay. This will do our back and forth, I hope. We'll find out. Everything should be the same. We should just be able to go back and forth. I'm hopeful that this is going to start to come together. No, didn't work. Why no? So when we do... There's actually a big war of mostly English fighting against English government across the northeast of England. Oh. If right, set frame 2. Why? Set frame doesn't work. Dot sprite equals frames I. Do I have to like refresh the sprite? I'm going to guess that that's a thing. Maybe. Unity. Let's look for sprite renderer. Well, we should spell the word sort of right. Sprite renderer. Does it need to do like an update? Dot color is new color. Dot sprite. Component will render the assigned sprite. The render sprite can be changed by specifying a different sprite in the sprite variable. That's what I wanted. Sprite version. This is like exactly what we're doing. Why it doesn't work. Get component sprite renderer. Right. And then we changed the goSR.sprite to be frames I. Current frame equals I. Let's do a little bit of printing. Print I. Okay, so what we want to see is the number 0 a bunch and then the number 2 a bunch. And if we don't see that, then we might be in trouble. Come on. So console, here it is. There's our 0s. There's our 2s. Why? Our boy doesn't change. If I look at project, player 2, his little hat drip is supposed to be on the other side. but we don't see this. So, reasons this may be happening. Something's returning early? No, we're doing the 2. This method's getting called, but it's not, like, updating for some reason. Let's do a search for this. That's sprite equals sprite version. We'll say Unity sprite render not updating. Unity white sprite color not updating, not changing on command. Set sprite is getting called. You just stop using static for this. We need to do set sprite maybe? Let's see. Or set sprite the name of something that this person wrote. Set sprite. Game object component.sprite equals this. Yes. Nix all the static stuff on. Add a real instance of health manager to a game object to associate its health. Following syntax is correct, assuming that get component sprite render.sprite equals this. That should work. That get component sprite renderer. Okay, so we can, let's look at this. Let's do it this way. When we load up all these frames, are we doing that right? Maybe that's wrong. Plus current frame.toString. I'm dumb. Oh man, I'm dumb. So that was all right, except that instead of loading up 4 different frames, we were loading the same frame 4 times. Oh, okay, it should work now though. Programming. We're doing it. Gotta go a sec. BRB. No worries, no worries. We'll struggle. We'll try to get the animation working here. Bam, bam. That's what we needed. Groovy. There's our little man. Now let's make him wiggle. So we'll say on right. You missed my big history post. Wait. Okay, sorry. The place I went, the Jacobites were massacred, killed a lot as the English government word of them heading to the mountain and got there first, blocking the way. They were on flat ground where the English excelled with long rifles, and the Scottish were in boggy land. Oh, man. So they just had a total, like, field disadvantage. And got surprised, or got caught somewhere where they were really at a disadvantage. Player dot set frame. Check out this cool logic we're gonna do. Dot current frame. Ooh, can I do this with a mod? I think I can do this with mod. Player character dot current frame mod to. So it's 0 or 1. So no, that's not going to work. Plus 1 mod 2. I might be dumb. Really quick. 0 mod 2. 1 mod 2. Oh, that works. Okay, I'm dumb. We don't need to add 1. I do not know how modding when the number 0 works. Please. Not like this. Move player. Okay. So. We're going to get our current frame. Mod 2. So this will tell us if it's. This will give us either 0 or 1. And then we want to, if it's 1, we want to switch it to 0. If it's 0, we want to switch it to 1. So actually what we want to do, I think, is plus 1. We do want to do plus 1. 1, mod 2. So, check out, let's look at all the different cases. So if the current frame is 0, this will give us 1. Because it'll say 0 plus 1 is 1, mod 2 is 1. If it's 1, it'll say 0 plus 2, or 1 plus 2 is 2, mod 2 is 0. Great. And then we need to do the same thing here, but we need to add 2 to whatever we get. I think that will work, and it'll make it flip back and forth. The danger is, or the problem is, it will flip back and forth super fast. But that might be hilarious. So let's see what that looks like. So we get this, and we say at the end, +2. We don't need those two semicolons. I think this will do it. I think this is our animation. Or it won't work. One of those two. Yeah! Alright, he vibrates around. Honestly, it needs to be slower. But the idea is there. How do we make this slower? We could say like a, oh boy. We could have like a counter, and we count it down when you're moving left or right, and only update if you're moving in a particular direction. We could leave it as is, honestly. And we'll say, oh, shoot. But right now the problem is we won't animate you when you go up or down. So, if you're going up, oh man, this is trickier. We need to say, we want you to still be facing the same direction. So this is what we do. Check it out. We get cheaty, and we say, we just hard code this one. We say player stuff, private int player facing. Okay, so 1, 0 equals left, 1 equals right. Great, fair enough. Stupid, but works. We go move player. We just gotta, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have spent so much time on this. We're gonna go if right. So we go now player facing equals 0. Otherwise, player facing equals 1. If the player character is facing, okay, so we say if player facing equals 0. This is a dumb way to do this. We can clean this up later, but I want to get us out of here. We're kind of stuck doing something we don't want to do right now. Bam. Okay. So then that will animate our character. We'll also say so this will make our character always be wiggling. I don't necessarily want that. So this is not quite right. If I can fix this. If left or right, up, down. So if we're moving in any direction, then we are going to say, we're going to remove this +1. These might be backwards. Then we say player character dot current frame plus equals 1. And then we set their frame Again, if they're depending on which way they're facing. This is not really good practice, but let's see if this works. We shouldn't set it directly and use the setter method. But I just want to see if this will work. So he wiggles when he goes up and down now, which is good. He wiggles when he goes left and right, also. Good. All the animation works correctly. And we can say else player character dot current frame equals 0. We'll say to do. That means we'll never come back and do it. Clean this up a lot. Okay, so if he stops moving, he won't be bouncing anymore. Always. So he should always stop, like, with his feet on the ground. Bam. Great. Good. Let's... Ooh, it doesn't... I do just want to put a little bit of a delay on it. Okay. Private int. Player... frame delay. Player what? Animation counter equals 10. And we can go... Oh boy. Private const. Might not be on much tonight. No worries. We're gonna try to start. We're gonna get this animation working. I'm gonna take a break probably in about 20 minutes, and then we'll come back after that later tonight and try to start linking these things together. And we'll build out that kind of first quest thing. So private const player. Oh my gosh. Int. Maybe this animation was a bad idea. What's more important to you, ingredient or tile asset? I think ingredient asset, because we can draw the tiles into a bad idea. Maybe this animation was a bad idea. I underestimated how long it would take, definitely. Quest feels wrong. First recipe. Sure. Yeah, the first recipe. You're right. Because we're not giving you a quest. You can do it in any order. You just got to come on back. And let's say player animation delay. Oh, this is bad. Player animation delay. So we set this to 10, and then watch what we do. We say, so if up, down, left, or right, player animation counter minus equals 1. If player animation counter, should we have some food renewable and some one-time grabs? Let's assume that they'll all be one-time grabs to start. We can make some things respawn, maybe as like a later thing. But right now it kind of assumes that there'll be one of each item just like around. If player animation counter, oh boy, we're almost there. Equals 0. This is the kind of logic that can really go bad and cause weird bugs if you're not super careful. Player animation counter equals, what did we call that? The player animation delay. Player animation delay. So now, instead of updating his frame every time he moves, every frame where he moves, his frame will be updated, should be updated every 10 frames. I don't want one of each. There will be more than one other exact amount needed to win for the common ingredient. Sorry, yeah, you're right. What I should have meant is, and you can have that. So we can have multiple copies of an item. What I meant is like, once an item is in the world, we won't be like, we're not really set up to duplicate it or do anything like that. I guess we could. I guess we could send some stuff back out into the world, potentially. That actually might be better, because then, like, we go back, we're like, oh, I saw berries before. I know I can go back to the berry bushes and get more of them. And so you go back, and now the ones, you know, you've used some, and, like, the other ones are back. We can put that in as a feature. That actually might not be as hard as I'm thinking. And this ink can take and give items. We'll add a sub-item here, which is some items reset. The trouble is we need to keep track of where the item originally was, and that means which screen it was on and what position it was in. But we can do that. We can add that information in a pinch. Because these things are tracking their current scene right now, so we could just track their original screen in kind of the same way. Let's see if his animation is slower. Let's see if this kind of worked. Renewable means you can go somewhere easily, get an ingredient, and non-renewable adds a challenge to what you grab. Okay. There we go. There's our animation. We can change the speed. Here's our little animated man running around. His hat is bouncing up and down. He has 2 frames of animation, but by God, they're wonderful. That actually looks kind of okay. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that that looks as good as it does. I thought that my animation was going to be a lot worse than that. Okay, let's leave it there. We could make it slower if we want. That'll be something that we dial in as well. So that'll be polish. Let's not get rid of this, actually. Let's just minimize this, maybe. I'll look at I just saw the stream chat move. We'll say polish. Lots of polish. We'll just say polish animations. And we'll get rid of this animate walk because we did that. Okay. I think non-renewable for some common ingredients will add a lot of player planning. I see what you mean. Yeah. So like something is common, but you have to get it. So as I see it, there are some things which are, this recipe system had a lot of room for detail, but works simple as well. Yeah. So it sounds to me like basically there are 2 things that can be true about, or true or false about about an ingredient, right? Or maybe 3. Yeah, 3 things. So the first one is it could be totally unique, or we can control how many of them there are in the world, right? So some ingredient that could only be 1, maybe there's some that's in 5 different places, whatever. Another sort of, dial that we can turn is how difficult it is to get each of those ingredients, each of those instances in the world. So some things can be easy, some things can be hard. Another thing we can do, a switch we can flip, is we can say, this will come back when you use it, or not. The other way we could do this will come back when you use it or not, is we could say, like have a place, like have just like the berry bushes, for instance, there's just like 5 berries there. And so you use one and it gets used up, but you can go back and get more from one of the other berry bushes that's in the berry bush area, if that makes sense. All right, let's draw some placeholder backgrounds. Should we just grab the giant mouse cheese? We could grab the giant mouse cheese. Let's see. Let's try to do this. Let's try to enact this plan that we had in, where is it? Didn't we have our Pixlr drawing somewhere? Did I close that and now we don't have it anymore? Pixlr. Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking. I got you. Yes, that makes more sense. So we won't think about, right. So let's actually take this off then. This some items reset, and we'll just say some items like there's a bunch of berries with berry bushes. Okay, let's try to build this right now. So we start in the throne room. That means we need king cake and we need the throne room. I meant as an ingredient lot, like idea for a giant cheese to be one. Oh, I got you. So, right. So we have like 1 giant cheese that you pick up. We can do that. We can support a giant cheese. It will make it harder for us to draw, like things might overlap if one of the ingredients if the ingredients are different sizes, but potentially. Okay, we gotta get cooking on actually drawing some of this stuff though. So let's draw like a placeholder throne room, okay? So when I looked at, not my man, not player, but, so the idea is we're gonna draw it in 32 by 32 and then double the size. So our screen 1 instead of 544 by 352, we're going to cut both of those in half and then scale it up by 2. So 544, sorry, we need a calculator because I'm dumb. 272, let me write this down. I mean, it's ingredient lol, like a giant cheese. Oh yeah, we read this already. Okay. So I'll go file, new. 272 width by a height of 352 divided by 2. 176. I would just make main throne room not placeholder because I really don't want to revisit the unimportant detail. Do you? I don't want to spend too much time. I get what you mean because you don't want to duplicate the work. But I just want to start setting up like one of these little recipes and make sure that that's all going to work. And then even if it looks bad, we could come back to it potentially later. If that makes sense. So like if it might look bad in work, and then if we have a lot of extra time, or if we have enough extra time, we could come back and make it look better. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make sense. Let's draw. I wish I could just make a different palette. Can I swap out a palette so that it doesn't look like we're using the default palette for this? How do I edit palette? No. Change palette? Load palette. Load default palette. No. Load palette. Oh my god, I really don't like this. Is there like a make with a different 272 by 176? Okay. So if I go file, new. Background, advanced options. Palette? No. Okay, 272 by 176. For king cake, I was thinking on generic grass with a few golden or cake pillars. Okay, yeah. I'm on board with that. So let's go. I just want a different color palette than this. Can I get color spectrum? Can I get... Oh, this is it. Cool. What colors should we use? Let's grab something with a bunch. Like NES? Stop, please. Bam. Here's our colors that we'll use for everything else except for our dude. Or we could revisit him and use this palette. No, that's not important. We'll use this for everything else. Okay, so here's our throne room. Ready? Bam. So you're thinking just generic grass. So what if we have it like this? Let's do... Okay, we can spend a little time on this. So we'll go... We've got our generic grass. I'll make berries. Give me a sec. Cool, cool, cool. Our generic grass, we've got like... Oh boy, we got so much to do. It's good. I'm excited, but it's a lot. Maybe like a darker grass. So what will make this look like grass? Let's actually do our filled rectangle effect. I actually didn't hate the way that looked. It didn't look great. But it's an easy way to get something which looks like a thing. Cool. So here's our grass first. And then we need these pillars, and we wanted... Can we have a little, like his little throne too? So we'll have like a golden carpet coming out here. All right, and this is like where his little throne area is gonna be. And then we fill this in with some nice royal. Oh, no? Oh, I didn't quite get this enough apparently. Fill this in with a nice royal red. So here's like where his little area is. And we can put some... Let's make the pillars be little characters that we put in. So that they can be in the... So one of them can be in the foreground and some of them can be in the background. Maybe? Does that seem weird? I think that seems kind of fine. And then we need the entrance to our little house will be over here. We're going to be... This actually maybe should be considered a placeholder. I don't know. Here's... Oh boy, could we make it not that awful color? Here's the entrance to our house. It needs to Oh, but you know what? That doesn't work either because the entrance to the house has to be like a character as well. So this actually maybe is the grass. This is the grass. This is the background, and we'll need characters for some various walls that we're going to put up to stop the player from going out. So this is going to be throne room 0. Okay. Throne room 0, throne room 0. Bam. Now we can add this throne room to our scene. So we go, oh, but we have to double the size for everything. I kind of want to make an executive decision to not do that, but let's just do it like this. We can just do that for everyone. Resources, throne room 0. Oh, we saved it as in the wrong file type anyway. File, save as. How foolish of me. This should be a PNG. Bam. Great. I'm going to open this up in Pixlr and double its size real quick. We can surely do that from the sprite program, right? Can I do it like this? Sprite size. This is what we do. Ah, here we go. What was it? 272 times 2, 544. I'm dumb. 544. And then 176 divided by 2 is, times 2. 176 times 2 was 352. Okay. 200%. We could have just written 200%. Now I can save it. There we go. So we don't have to involve Pixlr. Okay, that's great. So I didn't want to have to do this in 2 different programs. And indeed, we don't have to. Exists, overwrite it? Yes. Great. And so when we edit this, we have to go to half the size. So now we've got our throne room. In our code, let's put that in our first scene. Current scene equals throne room. Right. We will need the background. So we'll say it has a background character. We're going to go, no, this is not right. It needs to be like this. Sorry, let me make sure the chat's still up and that this is not in a stupid part of the screen. So our new character, this is called throne room. Throne room. It will be new vector 0000. That's fine. I don't mind specifying that for everything. And then the only other thing we need is the sorting layer name is background layer. Bam. I think we've got this set up where as we draw these, we'll be able to put them in pretty quick. I hope. We'll find out, I guess. And then this goes here, and then here. And they want this to be up here for some reason. We will allow it. Great. Will this draw our throne room for us as the background? Please. No. Why not? Because current screen equals throne room. Ah, we've got to draw this first scene. That's fine. Dot draw screen. So the first screen that we put up, we got to draw explicitly. Not great, but we only need to do it this one time. Okay, so let's make this first screen, and then we'll take a little break. We'll be back in like an hour after that. I'll eat some dinner. Okay, so here's our screen. Problem, it's not wide enough. How did it end up not wide enough after we had measured this before? Okay, no worries. Easily fixed. We go. Image. Sprite. Canvas size. 544. Was it supposed to be something else? 544 by 352. No, it doesn't work? Wow. Okay, no worries. Did we change the scaling? I don't understand it. That's fine. We'll just make it wider. Sprite, canvas size. Instead of being 544, we'll add another 32. So we'll make it 576. And we'll fill those in just with the same green that we're using elsewhere. And that will be easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We're going to cover these parts over with like a wall sprite anyway, so that should be fine. Okay, save it. And save as. Oh, this is weird. I've done this in a bad, weird way. How big is our player? Not this player. How big is our player 1? He's a 64 by 64. That's fine. Let's have him be double size. Everybody, our backgrounds, though, will draw, I guess, at a different scale. Oh, that's so weird. It's fine. Here's our throne room. Let's see it. I just wanted to fill the whole screen. I want to see that, and then we're out. Great. Now we need some walls. So the first wall needs to be, we need 1, 2, 3, 4 walls. So the first one right now, if we go to Sprite. So what if we go File, New. This first texture is going to be 576 wide. And let's make it 32 high. And this is our first wall. And it's going to be very simple. We're just going to make it... Oh, boy. Load. Presets. Nintendo. What was the one that we were using? NES. And we'll make it... That's kind of a pain in the butt that I got to do that every time. Dark gray. And then we need that light gray color to put in the middle. So we'll go like... Bam. This is our first wall. We will call this... Lower... we'll call this full wall horizontal 0. And then we'll go... We need to save this also as a PNG. So we go save that as a PNG. Then we want... Oh, man. Okay. We can do this. Image, file, new. Already. Instead of 576 by 32, we also want our, like, way out from the castle. So how big should our gap in between be? Let's make it be... It's 576. Let's make it be... Our guy is 64, so we'll make it 128. So we need 576 minus 128 divided by 2. 224. By 32. Bam. Let's do the exact same thing that we just did. Again. Please use this. Here come, this is what we, I think this is what we got to do at this point. To just make this get done. Just kind of start stapling stuff together here. And then we can come back and clean it up if we got time. This is going to be, we're going to call this part wall. Horizontal. 0. And we'll save it also as... a PNG. For each of these, maybe actually I will open the pixeler and we'll just flip them. We'll just rotate them. Let's do that real quick. Let me do that over here. Pixeler E. Open image. We've got our resources. Full wall horizontal 0. We're going to... let me open the other one too. File. Open image. Part wall horizontal 0. And we're going to rotate this bad boy. So we're going to go image, bam, image rotation, rotate 90 degrees. Doesn't matter which way. And then we can do that same thing for our full wall horizontal, image rotation, rotate. Let's save both of these. This is going to be full wall vertical. I think it will be wise to try to make a lot of assets that we can reuse. Gotta wait for the ad real quick to finish. We can do the same thing here. We save as a PNG. This is a part wall vertical. Bam. And so if I look in downloads, they're both there and called the correct things. Vertical, vertical. Great. And we can go. Man, we're really going to have to dial these guys in, though, in terms of their positions. So we can go. We got to move these to the right folder. Please stop this. Please. Quit. Python. Don't need that anymore. MV. So we'll go full wall vertical. Move that to resources. And also part wall vertical. Move that to resources. So now all of our resources should be available to us. We can put some little borders around this this starting area. Let's see that. Let's make sure that it's the case. Project resources, there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Full wall, part wall. Groovy. Now we go to our terminal, and we can write those into the scene. The problem is, where do we put them? We have an idea that 5.5 is kind of like the edge of the screen, I think, north and south. And then where did we put it? 5.5 and looks like 8 in either direction. So let's start by putting them there, and then we'll dial them in. So our throne room has the throne room background. It also has a new character that's going to be a collide. So we can go. I think actually this is where we're going to see that the work that we've done is going to make things move fast again. So we'll go. This is going to be our full wall horizontal. It is going to be at the down, and it's going to be down 8. Actually, should we write this in a different way? It's fine. We probably should write this in a different way. We probably shouldn't write vector 3.down, but it's fine. This is also, we're going to have a full wall vertical that is going to be to the right, and it's going to be 5.5. Let's see that much. We'll just put 2 walls on the bottom and on the right that will bump into. And we can move one of them. I think the right wall we're going to want to move away a little bit from further away. Nope, I'm wrong. Well, there's that wall. It's not quite where we expected it to be. Really? What's changed? Why does it seem like everything's a little bit different than it was before? Okay, so our position... No, our X is still going to about 8. Why is this at like 4? We're gonna... Let's try writing this differently. I'm suspicious of that. Oh, full wall vertical. I'm dumb. Yep, I get it. So this needs to be -5, and we'll put this at +8. The vertical wall needs to go to the side. Maybe this is it. Yes, let's see if that does it. That was my first attempt at Candy Mountain tile, but it sucks. Berry item went so well, though. Oh, I'm jazzed to see it. Let's see what we just did here. Will these walls show up? This could be moved over, but there are walls now. It's happening. You know? It doesn't look... I sent them. Okay, let me grab them from Discord. Let me try to put these walls up, and then I'll grab them from Discord. Probably actually we'll take a break after these walls go up. Maybe after we put up the king guy. So instead of 8, can we put this at like... Is 8.5 going to be too far? Let's find out. We're kind of working against the advantage of Unity, right? Which is that we should be able to like drag and drop this stuff. Oh, this isn't horrible. I mean, it's not great. But it's not horrible. Okay, so let's put in some more walls. So let's do the left wall now. So we're going to say is it part wall or partial wall? It is part wall. Good. That was a smarter thing to call that. That'll be at -8, and it also needs to go up part of the way, right? So what if we put it at like a 3? So is berry item good? Oh, back in audio only. Was berry item good? I feel proud of them. Let me look right after I try putting up these walls. And I'll take a look. But I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's good. But let's take a look at this bad boy. Let me bring up Discord right now. Off screen. Discord. I thought you were commenting on my tile. Lol. Oh no, no worries. The things that don't quite work, that's my stuff. You're good. Let's see. I've also got... Yo, the berry bush looks great! Oh man. And you know what we could do? We could put the berries like behind the berry bush maybe and grab the berries off, or we could make the berries like literally come off, like the little square berries come off of the bush potentially. Nice. The berry bush looks good. Sorry, let me open this in a new window so I can show it on screen. Open an image in new window. I say square berries off the bush. Okay, cool. We can do it that way. Yeah, I think that'll be a little bit easier. So you'll go up and you'll just have like the like 6 or 7 berries floating above your head. That'll be good. And they'll just come right off the bush. I think that actually might look pee good. Cool. So we've got our walls. Do they render in sort of the right place? I bet they don't. Let's see them. Probably we could figure it out exactly where they need to be. But let's see what we've got first. At a guess. We'll dial them in, just like everything else. We don't really have good tooling. Okay, wow, this is just not where it needs to be still. Okay. So instead of at a 3, let's put this at... Oh, you know what? Maybe this needs to be at 5 and -5? Let's see this. I just feel a simple inventory is better. Yeah, it'll be nice. We can just have them right appear above your head with the same sprite that they were on the world. I think it'll also be a cute effect if like the berries come off of the bush and look exactly the same above your head. All right. Here we go. We're wicked close. We'll change this background tile. This is strictly a placeholder. What do you mean above your head? When you pick up an item, it appears above your head. Your inventory is 3 items stacked up on top of your head. There's not like an inventory screen. And let's put in our horizontal walls too. It's actually going to be a little bit claustrophobic, I think. You'll see. We'll go... Cool, but I feel that we'll get too high and stuff. Well, that's why we were keeping it like 3 items. Horizontal. That was kind of the idea there. Horizontal. So where did I put this at? This needs to be at 5 and -5. And actually, will this work if I put this at 8.5 and -8.5? We need an inventory screen anyway for the cooking. I don't think that we do. I think for the cooking, we can do that with text. I think that the idea, and that way we won't have to draw 2 of all of our assets. That's kind of where I was coming from. So the cooking screen will just be like text prompts, yeah, to tell you like, oh, you can make this, 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 or this. But the problem with that is, potentially, if you don't know... Oh, that sure didn't work. If you don't know... Why didn't that work? If you have multiple ways to make the same recipe, we need to make it... We need to, like, maybe choose the best one or something. Or I guess if it's 3... If the number of items in the recipe is the same as the number of items in your inventory, maybe that's not a problem. I feel inventory screen is more intuitive, though. I quickly make one. It's not a problem of drawing it. The trouble of making the inventory screen is programming it. Honestly. Just in, like, our time crunch. Oh, these should both be... Ah, okay. Yeah. So I certainly don't argue that having an inventory screen would be better than not. I think that, though, it's more of like a limitation based on the time to implement it. Okay, yeah, text-based. Okay, cool. All right, here's our little guy. Are there all the walls that we need? Yes, this is kind of... Actually, I don't mind that being so wide. Okay, so we've got our little throne room area. It's got our walls. They don't all look great, but it is serviceable. Can we put a big berry sprite above head? Well, that's the question, yeah, is should they be like the big berry sprite or the little ones? Right now, you just pick up the item from the world and put it up above your head, whatever it is. And it's literally like the same item. We could make it be the big berry sprite. The way that we would have to do it is have it like the same way that we animate our guy. We could have multiple sprites attached to the same character. But I think let's start by just having the berries be little dots that appear above your head. For storage at base, then, we can just have a square, and we can open text to drop it there. Yeah, that can work. Or we might be able to make it so there's, like, designated places to drop stuff off. Right now, you can pick up and drop off stuff anywhere. My plan is to program it that way for now, and to have, like, more inventory management, more like you can only put this down in, like, a box or, like, a certain place as, like, something that we add later. Okay, we need our Cake King, so let's get him. Let's get Cake King in. So that's going to be... I guess, but the home base box is very limited as well. That's the idea. Yeah, sorry. The home base box is supposed to be limited. So I think that's the better gameplay, is like if you can only drop off limited stuff. But the sort of easier to honestly, the easier to program thing is... We want in and out feel, not... we want an in and out feel, not big outwards adventure. Right, but that's... So my sort of thinking is that, like, you can only hold 3 things at a time. So you have to, like, go out in the world and get them and bring them back to your house. Or bring them back to your kitchen or whatever. And we could, like, stockpile them all there. Or we could make it so that you can only have, like, a few at a time. And then, like, when you drop something, it puts it back in the world, maybe. Let's leave the picking up and dropping the way it is and say, with the note that it's not good the way it is right now, we'll fix it. 3 is a bit harsh since we can only cook with 3. But that's kind of the idea, is you can carry 3 things, but you can drop stuff anywhere. So you would do inventory management by, like, dropping things on the ground and picking them up. And when you have the 3 items that you want, you go to the cooking place and cook up with them. But maybe it would still be harsh. Maybe then you'd be doing too many trips back and forth. That is something that we can dial into, the maximum size of the inventory. Okay, we've got our Cake King. Let's copy let's download this and open it in Sprite. Can I go to downloads? But we don't want the player to just grab everything and stockpile, ruining the timer on King Cake needs. But you can't, because you can only hold 3 things at a time. So you can only bring back 3 things at a time. You have to do maybe a bunch of trips. The problem will be with that, then everything you do, you should just grab it and come and run back. And that's kind of what I don't want as much. Is this the right one? Okay. So here's our little guy. We need to first say sprite. Okay. Sprite size is too big right now. So we need to lower the sprite size to, this is supposed to be 32 by 32, right? So there's our little person. Oh, he's so blurry. Is there a different way to make him smaller? We don't want the player to just grab, yeah, that's my worry. I think that's a good worry. So what if we made it so the mechanic is, if you drop something, it goes back to where you found it. But there are like a few slots back at your base, a few like safe places to put something down. The cake timer does make that more acceptable. Yeah. So the idea would be like you, I guess, this is such a pain. This program is not the one we need. Sprite size, method, bilinear, 36 by 36. So he's supposed to be a little king, right? There he goes. That's somewhat better. We can fix this. Bam, bam, bam. So is the king supposed to be like really small? You're a programmer? Yeah, hey Noodles, what's up? This is my job, is to program. Not to program a weird little game for a game jam, but yeah, I can program much less fun stuff normally. So let's look at our sprite. Rango, is he supposed to be super small? The sprite that you sent me? I just want to double check. Because I think that this is right. Well, actually, we should be able to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that was my plan. Player inventory, base storage, and you threw the item to the sky where they returned to the resting at their home. Yes, he's a small boy. Cool. Website programmer, I'm assuming? Yeah, I do backends for websites, for a website, mostly. So actually, that's not true. So I use yes and no. I mostly write backend services for that a website uses. He looks like a royal Pop-Tart. Perfect. He's the cake king. He's supposed to be the cake king, so that's fantastic. That's just what we need. So sprite size, we're going to put him to 64 by 64. Here's our boy. Is he beautiful? No. Why did they make him so blurry? Oh, I effed up part of this too, actually. Hold up. So the idea is we want to shrink him down to 32 by 32, clean him up, and then, oh, we can just, and then double his size. What am I trying to do? Properties. I guess we can just put him down to 64 by 64, right? Will that work? And then clean him up. Oh, he looks good. Great. We can save him. We can say save as, and we can put him as a, let me try to not dox myself real quick. Save him as Cake King 0. I prefer Kirita for making 2D assets. I haven't used that before. I've just got yeah, this Azaprite whatever, which I haven't really used before. I'm not really crazy about it, to be honest. It doesn't really do what we need a lot of the time. And we're using fake, website or fake internet Photoshop, pixlr.com to do some other stuff that this isn't doing for us. If I don't make any more tiles, we can use my shitty green dots one. I'm up for it. Wait, which one is this? Let me see. Let me see what you sent me. Oh, yeah, I think we'll draw, I mean, the backgrounds are going to look placeholdery for the moment. So let's go to, I think it's pretty much unavoidable. If we want to make a lot of rooms, our backgrounds are going to be rough. So we've got Cake King 0. So let's put our Cake King in as well. And we've got our whole characters, whatever. So we can add him to that first screen. Let's go new character. We could probably just copy paste this. He doesn't collide. Instead, he's going to have we'll give him a tag later. But for the moment, let's make him an item, just so we can see and make sure that the items work. Also, he's going to be a very small item, and I think it's going to be funny. He's at the character layer, so we don't need to specify that. We can just say tag item. Tag item. Please. I can't type. I mentioned this before. I'm kind of reaching around the microphone, and so it's just I'm coming at the keyboard at a weird angle. And he doesn't want to be the throne room. He is Cake King. And he is not going to be at 0, 0, 0, 0. We're going to put him at like 0, maybe like a 4.0. Let's see how that looks. Let's see our little game. Will the cooker be by Cake King, or do we have add another layer but running between that and Cake King? Yeah, so Rango, my idea was that if we look at our genius blueprint, which I think I accidentally deleted again. Where is the genius blueprint? Do we still have it here? This is not it. We want... I mean, basically, my idea is, yeah, so the kitchen's going to be one tile to the left, or one screen to the left of the Cake King, so it'll run back and forth. Yeah, the engine is Unity, and the language we're writing is C#. We're also using, as part of this game jam, they also want us to use the Ink engine, which we use for, like, writing visual novels, or, like, adventure games or whatever, and so we're going to use this to write our dialogue trees in the game. Let's see what that looks like right now. Oh, you got compiler errors. You forgot. No, you put a comma, and they don't like it when I do that. Even though other languages are easygoing about that, this one is not such a fan. That's fine. I think we're relying on the Ink engine as much as they hoped. Agreed. Yeah, we will a little bit, like talking to to the Cake King. Oh my God, he's beautiful. We're carrying him around on our head. He's in the wrong place. And he's so small. Oh, he's a beautiful boy, though. It's fun that we can pick him up and put him down. Okay, that's amazing. Let's make sure he's in the right place. Also, it looks like the amount that we're moving him up... Why did everything change? Something got a little bit effed. Trying to fix my sleep schedule for school. I've been waking up and sleeping at weird times. Oh, man. That can be tough. Do you have, like, a lot of stuff? Oh, you're trying to fix your sleep schedule for school. Oh, I see. So are you just about to go back to school? And so you got to, like, get out of the summer sleep schedule and into the... I really see you because your stream is really early, but I woke up really early for once. Ah, nice. We got in there. We've been streaming all day today, trying to get this together. I mean, good Lord, we're not making crazy progress. But there he is. Oh, look. He's so small. Oh, he's fantastic. I like carrying him in our hat like this. It's actually pretty funny. We will certainly stand out. We all have all these sad or meta visual novels and choose your own adventures, and then this weird cooking Zelda-esque game appears. Yeah. My 2 to 3 a.m., 8 to 10 a.m. summer sleep schedule. That's brutal. Ugh. I love this. It's been a bitch. I believe it. He's amazing. We'll nudge him up a little bit. We won't make him movable really, even though it's funny that we can pick him up. Okay, so let's put the Cake King up just a tiny bit. 1.0. Let's see how that looks. And then I want to draw a couple little pillars or something that we can put in there. I can make something from Karita if you want. Yeah. What do we need? Can you draw us like a little fancy pillar? So what I'm thinking of is like I want like something here and something here, maybe like with a torch or something. Yeah, something that will probably work if you want. Yeah, so something to like decorate this throne room. I mean, is it a throne room? This green square with the walls around it. Oh, he's so good. so, so dumb. Cool. Let's draw the... Wait, before you go, Newt. Um, that would probably actually be a hand. Because we can, like the way we've written this engine, we can drop down tons of items. I think. Pretty easily. We'll be able to like drop down a lot of little decorations. The world thing is like a world made of food with candy mountains and cheese deserts. That's the idea. Right now we have one screen. Yeah. Oh, there he is. He's perfect. Take him with me. We have to have a little pet that you can carry. We have to feed the king recipes. Yeah, sorry. That's the missing piece. So we're this weird little chef and we're going to go back and forth out into the world finding ingredients, bringing them back to our little kitchen, cooking recipes to feed to the cake king. That's our concept. We've come a long way to get there. But I think that's like actually something we can work with. Okay, let's go to Ace of Pride real quick. This was not what I was expecting, lol. It was off the rails a couple of times. I think honestly, we were lucky to get back on the rails again. Okay, I already forgot. Let's write this down so I don't keep forgetting. What's 576 divided by 2? 288. Let's write this down here. In the rules, we're adding a new rule. The new ground rule is the dimensions that we need, so I don't keep forgetting. And then 352 divided by 2, 176. By 176. That's rule number 7 or so. If it looks bad, that's fine. Maximum 2 dimensions, no sound. It's not just a visual novel. We're succeeding in not just writing a visual novel. This is still, I guess, Don't Starve took root. This is still kind of off the rails. It is still kind of off the rails. We got a lot to do to get back on the rails here. I'm hoping that it will all come together at the last minute, but I think that's what they did with Anthem, and we all know how that turned out. I think that was famously like the people at BioWare were like making Anthem, and they were like, well, hopefully it'll all come together at the last minute, surely. I think we see this from time to time. This is known as hubris. What should I make? Can you make like a little decoration for the throne area? So like a pillar or a little statue or something that we can put in there to help convey his royalness. Should I not make close-up items, forms of ingredients? I don't think so, Rango. I think I'm sorry that you. I know you already did that for the berries and stuff, but I think let's just focus on having the world items since we just put them up above our head right now anyway. Okay, so this is our kitchen. This is going to be our kitchen, and I think that the key to the kitchen is kitchen has a tile floor that's white and black tiles. And will they look good? No. Why won't they look good, Peter? Couldn't you just figure it out and just do a good job? Probably. But instead, we're just gonna phone this one in a little bit because we got a lot to do. Imagine like a desert of cheese and we make a tile for it. It's 32 by 32 sprites, Rango. Not 32 by 34, sorry. Or not 34 by 34. But also, if it's not 32 by 32, probably that's fine. But that is sort of what we're planning around. No worries. Nope, you're good. Don't worry about it. You know what? If I was really smart, if I had a huge brain, which I obviously don't have, we wouldn't be switching back and forth between these tools all the time. And we would just be able to be smart and cool and get this right. But I think I might be too dumb. It's pronounced Peter? I was pronouncing your name as Piotr. We make 96 by 96 giant dino. So Peter is, so you were right that Piotr is definitely Piotr. That's correct. That's the correct way to say that. Nobody calls me Piotr in real life except maybe like my dad. To most people, I'm Peter. So, including apparently when I refer to myself. Wow, that looks really good. What you done right there, Petey. That There's no way this is going to look... This is going to look demented. Is your dad heavily Swedish accent? No, he's born in America too, but it's just for the traditions, I guess. Let's go like this. Look how good this is going to look. Everybody's going to come from miles around and say, holy schnapps, that's a great kitchen you made. I can't even believe how good that looks with those terrible tiles. What are we making? We're making the tile floor of the kitchen. That's my idea right now. Now you might say, why wouldn't we just use tiles and stitch them together like I said I was going to do? And the answer is, we got to make a lot of backgrounds. So we're going to do this because it's sort of fast. Here's our kitchen. Oh boy. And we got to put walls around the kitchen, and we can put some other stuff. You know what the problem is with this kitchen? Do you want to know the really big problem with this kitchen? Is that our character is black and this background is black. I'll make cooking pot 1 or 2 blocks big. Let's do one block big is perfect. That'll actually be a big hand. We're gonna make all these blue. Bam. Maybe red? Red tiles in a kitchen? Oh my god, that looks so aggressive. That's not good. Red and white? I don't know about this. This is our kitchen floor. This is what we get. What is the personality of this Cake King? That's a great question. The Cake King is... The original idea was that... I mean, variously as things went on and off the rails, was that he was going to be our landlord. So I think... What does that mean about the Cake King? I think he's small but imperious. I think we want him to be making he's very self-important. He makes lots of demands even though he's tiny and cute. And maybe flies into a rage and loses patience with us pathetic peasants. This is the floor. Isn't that fine? We will call this Kitchen 0. And a narcissist. Got it. Exactly. Yeah. This is good, actually. Even answering these questions is helping us, or helping me, because we got to write dialogue for him later. Which will be fun. I'm actually looking forward to that a lot. Okay, so here's our kitchen. And so we want to make our second scene, and we're going to stitch it to the first one. We're going to link it to the first one, I mean. So there's our throne room. And now we will draw our... second screen. So the current screen equals throne room. So in our new screen is not going to be the throne room. This is going to be the kitchen. Kitchen is a new screen with characters. This is going to be called kitchen. And it's going to be in the background layer. I made a mistake. Our sprite needs to be double the size, right? Because that's how we're doing it. We're going sprite size. Double that size. Bam. No, it's supposed to be nearest neighbor. Sprite. Oh, man. Properties. Because when we scale it up in Unity, it looks really blurry. Let's go sprite size. Nearest neighbor. Go by 200%. And that'll give us those nice sharp edges that we desire. Perfect. And we'll save it, and we'll also save as a PNG, and it'll say, are you sure about that? And I'll say, yes, you better believe it. Okay, so now the kitchen has a background. And we will put we'll say, throne room. We'll do link rooms. All the room links we'll do at the bottom. So we'll say, doesn't Unity have like anti-pixel blurring like Godot does? I truly don't know. I used Unity for a little project in like 2015. You can remove the filter in Godot. Oh man, yeah, I used Unity once for something in 2015 and then haven't used it again before this week. So we're figuring everything out kind of as we go. So we'll say kitchen dot east equals throne room. Does this work? We can just write our links like this? This actually equals kitchen. If this works, this will have been a good thing that we did to make it that easy to link them together. And the pixels become crispy sharp like a razor blade, even though they're upscaled from 16 by 16. Let's add that to, we have a list of items to do for polish. Let me add that to the list to see if we can remove that filter or fix that scaling in Unity. Okay, add this to the list of polish items. Better scaling in Unity. We got a lot to do. we got a lot to do. Right now, our game has 2 rooms, but we spent a lot of time writing this engine. The name kitchen does not exist. That is because I misspelled it the first time. I wrote kitsen. Let's make that the kitchen. And let's see if we can go back and forth into the kitchen. And there won't be anything in the kitchen yet. We'll slam down some walls around the kitchen right after this. Okay, so bam, if we go to the east or the west, here's the kitchen. Our guy is missing though. Why is he MIA? Because he's probably been taken off the screen maybe? Where's our man? Player? Where are you? Why are you at negative? Why are you so far off the screen? What the hell? Something strange has happened. I think, did we change how much we're scaling the characters and that's effed everything up? Oh my god, this is what it is. We changed this back. No, equals 1.0 is the local scale. No, it's not that. I thought maybe we'd done something weird to the Z. Why is everything off in a weird place? Translate. So when I go east, oh, we never tested going east though, in fairness. Our X and Y should stay the same. And our east, okay, so hold up. Let's see this. Let's take a look at this. This is suspect. We never tested east to west though before. So that is potentially just a problem. So player, here he is. He's got his X at -3, his Y is close to 0. When I go through here, why is his Y 16 now? All right. Because we're moving his Y instead of his X coordinate, and that's wrong. There you go. There you go. We are just moving the wrong coordinate. That should be 0.0f. Cool. Will this fix it? Probably not. Let's take a look. How did you make those separate screens? Ah, I'll show you what we did. So please. Basically, we describe a screen. We wrote a class for a screen. Oh, hell yes. There we go. And look, since he's an item still, we should be able to take him and put him over there. Yeah. Okay, this is coming together. The way that we did it was we define a class that's a scene. Let's see. And the scene is like a list of characters. So the characters are basically, they have some information about, like, it's like a sprite, right? And so a character could be an item, or it could be an obstacle, or it could be an NPC that we talk to. And so what we do is each of these scenes is just a list of characters, and even the background is defined as a character. So when we load up a new screen, we draw all of the characters in that scene. And when we go off of a screen, we go to the screen that it's linked to the north, east, south, or west. We delete all of the characters who are on screen as part of this screen, who are in play as part of this screen, and we draw all of the ones from the new screen. Cooked up, and so that's why, like, it's taken kind of a lot of work to put it together. They're not preloaded. No, we draw them in from the command line, or from the code. Yeah, and so when I'm just really, really noob at coding. I think that's the way that you thought it was going is how you're supposed to do it in Unity. But we're just writing it all in code pretty much. So like our Unity scene has hardly anything in it to start. It has a camera and a canvas for the UI. And so we try to cook it all up with code. Whenever I make new screens, they're just there whether or not I'm near or not. Yeah, so we're not actually like, it's not actually like shifting over or moving things around. It's just like deleting and then, deleting everything and then putting a whole bunch of new stuff on the screen. Let me see what you sent me, Rango. Rango, this is beautiful. Let's put this in right now. We'll put this right in the kitchen. Let me save this bad boy. Save image to downloads. We got to open it up in Asprite and make it the right size. This is fine. I don't want resources. I want to look at my downloads. Can we get... Oh, it's going to be like one of these. What name did they give this? A5. Okay, so it's this guy. Bam. We're going to go sprite size. I wish I could do animations because I can imagine expressions. So our little engine has some room for, animations, but it's probably best that we not do it. How you save the states when you move items from the screen since they delete themselves when you go away? This is a good question, and it's something we had to solve. He's supposed to be, we put him to 64 by 64 because he's double the size. Go by nearest neighbor. Why does this look bad? Is nearest neighbor only when we're going bigger? I'll show you what we do. So we go sprite size. Don't do it. Do that by bilinear. And we'll go 64 by 64. Bam. That looks good. My solution, preload everything. I think that's the way you're kind of supposed to do it in Unity. But I'm just more used to like writing all the code. So the way that we do it is when we delete our screen, for each item, so this is just a list of characters is our scene, really. And then it's also a list of 4 pointers that might have a screen to the north, another scene to the north, east, south, or west. So when we delete the screen, all we're doing is we are updating the positions of all of the items. So we're basically writing them all down and saving them. And then we're deleting everything from the screen. And so basically what we've done is, instead of just using the game object to track the item, we also have this character class around the like rendered object. So we're remembering where its position is before we delete everything. As an artist of sorts, what do you think? Noodles. Also, Piotr, show him my berries. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you these berry bushes. These delicious berries on the bushes. Let's open image, a new tab. We're going to put some... We're also going to try to gather berries from this bush. So we're going to grab these berries. Like we're going to have it so you take the berries right off of the bush and like lift them up above your head. That'll be one of our ingredients. But we got to work hard to do it. Yeah, so basically we added this other abstraction on top of the game object that's a character, and then we added another abstraction or a collection of characters and called it a screen. And that way we can remember where everything is. We can add and remove things from scenes. I meant show him my big berries. Okay, yeah. I can do that too. Let's find those big berries. Bam. Again, try not to show Discord just because I don't want to leak your info. Big red juicy balls. There they are. Bam. Red berries. We might not have a use for this. We can put this somewhere else, maybe. We'll see it. We'll keep our eyes peeled for a chance to use it. Cool. So I said we were going to put this cooker in the scene, right? And so we were in Azaprite. We got this to the right size. We needed to save as... I love balls. Perfect. You're going to love this game then. There's going to be balls in this game. Great. We can call this cooker0.png. The reason we put 0 at the end of all these names is because our animated, we're like, basically each of our characters has multiple sprites. Hold up, just taking 5 years to boot up Kirita. Okay, no worries. Okay, so we've got this guy in, and so I think it should be as easy to put this guy in as just adding a new character to this scene, this kitchen scene. So we say new character. It's going to be, and it's an NPC basically, right? So we're going to have to add a tag to it. Let's not put it in the background layer. It's going to be at the character layer. It's going to be... Actually, this is probably all we... Oh, it needs a name. It's going to be Cooker. You're going to love this game. There's going to be balls in this game. That's what's going to win it for us. The judges are going to look at our insane cooking simulator and say, wait, there's balls in this one. They're going to be like, I don't know about this game. It seems pretty weird and doesn't look very good. But then they're going to go, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's balls in this? And they're going to love it. Wait, this is a cool idea. Edit the berries into NPC like some kind of shady berry merchant. Oh my god, he's selling his own kind. Tag, let's call this Cooker for the tag. And so we'll put a scene in our story that is going to be the cooker. So this is what we're also going to do. We're going to take out, I guess we don't have to. Let's write this into ink, and we'll just write a really quick thing in here. So we'll go cooker is going to be the name of a new knot, and we'll go, you cook. Welcome to the cooker. And this is just going to be for us right now, and then we'll go right back to the holding knot. Great. And do we have to write continue? We do. So we'll go welcome to the cooker plus continue. Okay, get ready to be blown away by our UI. And so now when we go and look at the cooker, it should bring up this menu. Let's also make the king not be an item before we forget. Is he an obstacle? He is not. He's going to be an NPC. We'll leave him as an item for now. Let's make him an NPC also. We'll say his tag will be king cake. Now the thing is we have to add these tags to Unity because it's kind of picky about our tags, but that's fine. We can do that easily enough. We go to Unity, we say tags, add tag, plus, let's take out PB&J. We're not going to use that one for now. Minus. Oh. They'll be removed from this list the next time the project is loaded. Okay, fair enough. We want cooker and king cake, right? King cake. And we'll do this with snake case underscores. Let's conceptualize it as we're actually talking to the cooker and asking him to cook. Much more engaging than simple menu choice. Okay, I like that. Like the cooker is sort of a character. I'm on board. He has kind of a face. Yeah, that should work. They're also telling me that I have some parens that I maybe forgot to close. At 237, what have I done wrong here? They don't like this tag cooker. Oh, they don't want this comma maybe. Anyway, gotta go now. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. All right. Wrangle, I'll keep working on this. Hopefully we can get something that starts to look like a game tonight. I'll probably take a break in a little bit. In maybe like, I don't know. I gotta eat at some point. But we'll see. This is at 221. Why don't you like my 221? What am I doing at line 221 that you hate so much? That makes sense. You don't like that comma again. Cool. Same thing. And so then in our ink story, we also need a placeholder, and we can get rid of PB&J. Let's hold on to PB&J actually because it's a good example. We'll say this will be king cake, and he will just similarly say, we'll just use this again as a placeholder, and he'll say, welcome to king cake. We'll say, I am king cake. Okay. Let's see if that much works. The only thing is I want this to be in a slightly different position. So let's put this at negative 4.0. And then that will maybe be fine. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Bam. Lots of warnings. That's how you know your code is cool. Here's our little world. We're walking around. There's king cake. If we try to talk to him, I am king cake. Fantastic. Yeah, the dialogue choices. Oh, it's so compelling. King cake. And if we go over here, we put the cooker in the wrong place. Welcome to the cooker. That's a problem. Yeah, white text on a white background. That I could see how that would be an issue. So what we need is yes to darken the screen when we bring up the UI. So let's actually do that now, maybe. And we'll also change, let's change the pickup button to be space, maybe, also. I think that will be more intuitive. If there's not a separate button for pickup and talk, if it's just always like interact is the same button. So let's see. Oh my God, we got to clean this up a lot. This note is exactly correct. Collision detected. So this is if it is, actually, we can do, let's leave this as space for now, because maybe we'll change this. Maybe we'll regret what we've done. Let's look at, okay, king cake, that all works. We need to put that item in the right place, and then we'll throw down some walls, and then we'll be done with that room too. So let's see. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, ba, bam. Kitchen, cooker. We need to put this actually at, actually it looked kind of good there, but can I get a good look at king cake for a sec? Absolutely. Let me get that sprite for you. Bam. Let me get you that king cake. Boom. Is that good? If I put him over here on the edge, and then I can work here, and he can be there. Let me know if that's not big enough still. I guess it depends on what kind of screen you're using. Beautiful. Great. Cool. Let's get the cooker to negative like 6. So it'll be over there, and then we got to throw down our walls, okay? And we know how to make some of these walls pretty easily. Like the bottom wall, that full wall horizontal, we can steal that, because that's going to be the same. In fact, and the full wall vertical, we don't want to steal. Shoot. Okay, so let's put in our full wall horizontal. That should be in the right place. We also, and it collides, that's true, that's great. We also want to put in our part wall vertical. This just needs to change to be on the opposite side of the screen. So we'll go delete, just change these to positives. We need, well, this is fine. It's not great. It's a way to write this code. Then ideally we would have like some tool that we could draw these scenes in, and then, I mean, that's basically what Unity is supposed to be. We've kind of used Unity to write the problem that Unity is supposed to fix. It's fine. It's fine. Let's also have a full wall vertical that's going to be on the opposite side of where this one is. Full wall vertical at negative 8.5. Then we want a full wall horizontal that's going to be on the floor. So if I do this, if all these things are linked together in a way that totally makes sense and is great and wonderful, we should have walls in the kitchen. And that should just work. And if it doesn't just work, fair enough. It compiled. We're off to a roaring start. All right, here's our man. There's King Cake. I'm King Cake. Nailed it. We leave King Cake. Bam! There's our burner. We got our walls. We collide with all of them. This is good. Our guy is... Huh. We should change the kitchen background. White on white. Well, his hat is outlined. I don't think it's supposed to be, though. I think that's a graphical glitch. But it kind of works for us here. Weirdly. Maybe we don't need to fix it. Maybe it's fine, question mark? There to have that weird little glow around it? We are going to leave that as it is. Let's try to put a darkening behind the text when we are in the canvas. So, ways we could do that. How do I just add a big ol' stupid rectangle? Let's just Google Unity. Stop this. Let's Google. Sorry, I know I took away the guy you were looking at. Window. Oh, you want it in a sprite. Oh, that is easily fixed. We will move the chat over here for now. Let's go Unity. What other words do you know, PD? Unity. Bam, 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 bam. Canvas. Rectangle. I want to draw a rectangle over the whole canvas. Draw a simple rectangle filled with color. Bam. We can draw labels with texture inside. How to draw a rectangle. Create a texture 2D. Fill with the desired color. Set its wrap mode to repeat. Apply. No, this is old. This is 2011. This no longer applies. Canvas. The render rectangle for the pixel. That's interesting. Canvas. What do they add? Do they add anything cool to it that will let us just be a whole background? I guess we could just put a big thing on the back. Just like a literal thing on top of our whole world, but it's not really right. Let's say, okay, Unity, Canvas UI, add rectangle. Draw rectangles on a canvas. Check out Unity UI extensions project. Tons of primitive drawing controls there. Oh, I don't really want to do that. Canvas. What kind of components can I add here? Can I add like a... Okay, you know what we're going to do? The UI. Is there just like a goddamn rectangle that fills the whole thing? A raw image? The problem is I don't want it to be part of this weird vertical layout group. I want it to just be behind everything. So maybe we do just... Maybe this is one that we just put on the... put on here. As a big and just literally just put a big rectangle over the screen. So we'll add another layer. We'll add a sorting layer. And we will call this... behind... the pre-canvas layer. This is right before the canvas. Great. And our pre-canvas layer, we're going to slap down. What can we put behind there? Just like a big black rectangle, right? So if I were to go into... This is not really the smart way to do this, but it'll sort of work. Maybe we can just do this in Pixlr real quick. So we'll create a new image. We know the rule is 288 by 176. And then we got to double that. So we'll go 288, 176. This is fine. It's just going to be a semi-transparent black rectangle. Basically, the cake statue is just King's cake upscaled on a pedestal. That's perfect. It conveys a lot of his personality, I feel. Let's just make this black. And then we'll go like, this is an insane way to do this, but I think it will kind of work. Set this to 50%. Image size times 2. Can I? Oh, I still have to do math. I wanted to get away from this without doing math. 352 by 576. Bam. Big black rectangle. We could even just quadruple it. I mean, why not? Treat ourselves. 704. Just make it really big. Definitely going to cover everything on screen. Dumb. But we're doing it. This is a PNG. This is going to be called pre-canvas 0. Are we going to make this as an item in the scene? We're just going to call this pre-canvas. So we've downloaded it. We're going to move it to our... Oh, did I quit Emacs? No. There it is. We're going to go MV, downloads, pre-canvas into Inkjam, assets, resources. Cool. Let me move the chat back over here where I can see it. If you still need the cake man, the cake king, we'll have him up there. Sorry. How are we going to do this? Maybe I should have just left the chat where it was. I changed my mind again. We're going to move things around a little bit. Bam. 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 Just do this over here, kind of. It's fine. We'll cover up chat. Let's check on it periodically. Cool. This is where it needs to be. So now we just need to add a rectangle to the scene that when we go into our like narrative mode, we'll just draw it on the screen. And otherwise we won't. And that'll maybe work. We'll find out. Let's see. So I'll put this here so I can see if there's a new message to check on. So now to draw this weird rectangle. So on start, let's okay. Let's just do this as a sprite renderer. That's going to be, I think, the easiest thing to do. So we're going to have a, nope. For our whole class here, we're going to have story stuff. We're going to have public, private is fine. Game, object. Actually, we need to serialize this, right? No, that's fine. Oh my gosh. Private, game object. What did we call this rectangle? Pre-canvas? Great. On start, we will... Oh boy. Add pre-canvas. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous way to do it. I think it will work though. We'll say pre-canvas equals new game object. Then we say we could steal this code from our scene where we say add this renderer, put it to a particular sorting layer. Let's just actually grab all of this. You know, this might work. It's going to be weird and dumb, but it might work. So this is going to be actually pre-canvas dot add component sprite renderer. So what we need actually are going to be 2 frames for the pre-canvas, one where it's just totally clear. Is that bananas? So do we add and destroy it every time? That's what we'll do. We'll add and destroy it when we bring this thing on and off. So sorting layer.name is going to be pre-canvas layer. Bam. This crap we don't need. What we do need is this resources.load sprite. So we'll say this should be pre-canvas SR. This will also be pre-canvas SR for sorting layer, or for sprite renderer. Oh boy. And we'll say pre-canvas SR dot sprite equals resources dot load sprite. We got to split this out into multiple files. This is becoming unwieldy. It's getting too long. Okay, pre-canvas, 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 pre-canvas. So when we start a knot in the story, so when we go to a particular scene in the story, which is what happens here, story.choosePathString. Okay, when does story time, if can't continue and story waiting. And then when does the story like clear? Else story time clear canvas. Oh, here's where it ends. So current knot equals none, and we'll say pre-canvas. Shoot, how do I destroy something? Game object.destroy. Let's find it. Game object.destroy. Cool. pre-canvas game object dot destroy pre-canvas. And then otherwise, oh, I see. I've done this wrong. The pre-canvas stuff, we need to move to when we start our story. So we'll go, this is crazy. The way we're doing this is really dumb. But it will hopefully kind of work. We'll find out. We don't want to do this when we clear canvas every time, but when we start having a story, all right, we will add the pre-canvas. Oh my gosh. So we go to this knot in the story, and then we do all of this code just to add a dark rectangle on the whole screen. Will it work? Probably not. You don't like that I'm missing some things. 396. That's right about where we are. What have I forgotten? Poorly balanced parentheses. That makes sense. And this should not be this name. This should just be pre-canvas. Is that the name of our asset? Is that the right capitalization? The name Go does not exist in the current context. We'll take a look at that. No, it's all lowercase because I'm an inconsistent person. 394 also needs a fix. What's going on at 394? Doesn't need Go. This needs to be pre-canvas. Great. Does it work? It might be dumb. What we need to know, though, is, will it kind of work? So the goal is, when I talk to somebody, this should put up a dark rectangle behind the UI to help us see the dialogue better. I am King Cake. Actually, I wanted it to fill the whole screen, but that doesn't look horrible. I mean, it will if he has longer dialogue, but if we can keep it in that frame, that's actually not the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. That looks better than expected, to be honest. Wow. And if we go to the cooker over here, this is where we really need to see it. Welcome to the cooker. What if we... Okay, options. What if we did make it bigger, the way that it's supposed to be? I think that's the first thing we should try. We want to scale stuff. Oh boy. Dot local scale. We'll do this to that rectangle. So story. Pre-canvas. Bam. So what if we also said pre-canvas dot transform dot local scale? Great. So we also make this big too. And when we try this, we should hopefully see that it will kind of work. It'll kind of darken the whole screen, help us see the text a little bit better, regardless of what's going on in the back. I am King Cake. And then over here, welcome to the cooker. We'll dial it in. Put that as a note for polish. But we can work with that. What we can't work with is, oh my god, the white floors. Okay, in the kitchen. That's fine. Stop it. Go to the kitchen. We'll add these as notes. Hold up. Shoot. Okay. If I go to my notes, a polished thing, we will say darken screen during dialogue doesn't need to be fixed, but margin around UI elements does. And we'll also say fix hat sprite. And no white backgrounds. No white floors, please. Thank you. Great. So, okay, so in our little blueprint, we also wanted to draw like a crossroads next. Let's do that right now as our next little scene area. So we'll go... Okay, this is kind of working. It's kind of starting to come together. What do I need to go to? A Sprite. I do kind of need a break, though. I do still start to feel like I'm losing my mind. Player. Can we... Are there secret pixels around here that I can't see? Oh, let me just upload it. Okay, sounds good, sounds good, sounds good. I won't take a break before you send your asset in. We don't need shovel anymore. That was just for kicks. Let's actually add... Maybe we can do the berry bushes. Let's... Back. I should organize my files. Oh, that's such a mood. Huge mood. Truly enormous. Let's say this image downloads. What is the name of this? New window. Come on. This... What's the name of this file, though? B1D. Okay. So if we go... Let's open this up. File, open. From downloads, I want to open this B1D file. Here's our berry bush. We're going to say sprite. Sprite size. We can bring this down to 64 by 64. We're doing bilinear shrinking because we're going smaller. That looks great. So the thing is, I want to... Weirdly, what I want to do is save one version of this without the berries and one version with just the berries, which is a bit of an odd thing. So what we're going to do is take away the berries for the moment and save this as our bare bush. Oh no, what's wrong? Wait. Put this on here. No. Put this on here. And then we're going to hit Command Z just a bunch of times. We're going to say File, Save As. One with eyes, one without. Oh, okay, cool, cool, cool. I think do you mean for the statues? Or for the bushes? Wait, they didn't send? Oh no! Wait, let me see. Are you sending them to me on Twitch? We've also, if that doesn't work, Rango is sending me things on Discord. I can, in chat, yeah, okay. Oh, maybe we're not allowed to send images in chat? Or links? Let me fix that. I'm going to change that. It's a moderation thing. Let me just fix it real quick. Oh, whisper? Okay, that'll work too. I think, yeah. If you can send it that way. I think it's because it gets rid of links in chat. So let's save this in our resources. And we're going to call this berry bush. Berry bush 0. And then we're going to hit Command Z a bunch of times, as promised. And delete everything that isn't a berry this time. Also, save them. I put them on a website that deletes them in an hour. Okay, cool. I'll grab them real quick. I'll grab them real quick when you send them. Okay, so let's do... How do I grab... Does this work? Oh, that totally works. So then we say File, Save As, and we're going to call these berries 0.png. Okay, let's put a berry bush in the front room, and then we'll move it to a different scene later. But just to show how picking stuff up works. So berries 0, and just to try, maybe just to try that. So we've got our berry 0. So we should now be able to easy peasy lemon squeezy add this to our scene. In fact, I don't think we even need all this crap anymore. We can just get rid of this. We are doing it. It's done. Let's just add this to our throne room. So we'll say new. Let me see if I got him noodles. Ah, got him. Cool. Let me download those here before I forget, because that is exactly the kind of thing that I will just forget to do. Actually, we'll put these guys in the throne room. Let's do that, and then we'll call it after that. And we'll have the berry bushes like loaded in, but we won't add them to our scene yet. So we'll add these. Oh, Twitch is playing some noises for me. Please don't do that. Okay. Let's get... Great, I've got the links. Oh, these are awesome! This is fantastic. Let me save both of these. Save image to downloads. Okay, we gotta move them to our folder. So we'll go MV. What are they called again? UX. That's fine. We can move. We can call them the right thing when we move them. And we'll call this slash. We'll go cake statue 0. No, we'll go cake statue. Let's take a closer look at these. These are great. These are great noodles. Fantastic. Oh man, and the shading and everything. This is super professional. We're going to this one's the open eyes, so this one we'll call it open. This is the X. And the other one I guess is the closed eyes, right? I used references. Yeah. The reference of the cake guy we drew. Working on a game jam, huh? How's it going? It's going good. Let me show you what we got. We just got to drop these items. We're taking some assets from chat, but it's no pressure if as people are making them, because our first rule is if it looks bad, that's fine. But let me put these two things in the game, and then I'll show you Twitch Tourist what we've got so far. Actually, let's make these two frames of the same one, and we can animate it so they blink periodically. And we can make that a polish thing. So let's put that in polish. We'll say statues blink. And then when we are moving these, holy smokes, we got a lot to do. Cake statue 0.png. And then we can also move the other one, which I think started with an X. Right, X, bam, there it is. And we'll call this cake statue 1.png. And so what we'll do is we can go to, not Unity, although actually let's just make sure all our assets are here before we write any code for this. But that's not really where I meant to go. Projects, there's our cake statues. They look great. They are 32 by 32. Oh, we might actually need to, you know what? I think I told you the wrong thing slightly, Noodles. I think I just need to double the size of these, because we're drawing the things in 32 by 32. You remember, we already talked about this. Gotta make coffee and start the day. It was fun to stretch these dusty fingers for once. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for the assets. We'll use them in the game. I gotta open those real quick and just double their size. So, cake statue 0. Can I open multiple items? Fantastic. Cake statue 1. No, don't open them as an animation. Cake statue 0, we just need to go sprite size, just double this bad boy, because we're doubling all these bad boys until we can figure out how to make Unity not make everything super blurry. Bam. And that's saved as a PNG? Allegedly. Overwrite cake statue 1? Yes. Cake statue 0, we go layer, or sprite. Sprite size, make this both 200%. Come on. When we're going bigger, we go nearest neighbor. That's perfect. We save, and then we say file. Oh, I don't like this program very much. We won't use this maybe next time. Cool. I guess it would be good if we had like more of a fixed palette. It would be nice to use, but we'll see. We also haven't tried to do any animation for it. So we want to add a cake statue or two to this throne room, right? So we're going to go new character. Let's try to put 2 down, please. Why you have done this? Oh boy. So this is going to be, we're going to call this new character cake statue. We have truly an abominable amount of work to do on this still. And this is not going to be at 0, -5. This is going to be at Where's the king cake? Where did we put him? He's at 4, 0.5. So let's put it at like 4. We'll dial it in. We'll put this cake statue at like 4 point. How long do you have to finish? I have until Monday at 3 p.m. But realistically, I got work on Monday. So Sunday night is probably how much time we got. The trouble is I don't really have a lot of experience with Unity or this. We're also supposed to use this other engine called Ink, which is good for writing like visual novels and stuff. And so we're doing an integration between Ink and Unity, but I don't really have any experience working with either of those things. And so we burned up a lot of time on the first day yesterday just trying to get stuff to work. So I think that we're having to reduce the size of our ambitions a little bit. But it's fine. It's fine. Wait. Let's put the king up at the top with the other kind of stuff that aren't just walls. So the king will be up here. He's at 0.5. That's the height. So let's put this one at 0. And then we'll put another cake statue at just about the same place. But we'll make this maybe, I don't know, negative 0.5. This may have been a mistake to code in all the positions. Let's see where things are. Oh, and you know what? Let's, just for the heck of it, let's make them items. So we'll make it so you can pick them up, just so I can show you what picking up looks like. So we'll say tag is item. And I'll talk through what the idea is, what we're trying to do. Although, will it get done, I think is an open question. We'll say this is also a tag. Let's leave this one as collides, and then we can see both. Cool. So one of them is an item. One of them has collision. That is the rule. Great. Will it work? That is the question. Let's see what we've got so far. It's going to look a little funky. We're taking assets from... a lot of this is placeholder. That will probably... Tomorrow night doesn't sound like you're going to get much sleep. I think you're about right. Okay, so those are obviously way too close to him. Yeah, let's fix those positions. Why are they so close on the Y? Okay, we got to move them way up. This 0.0f, that's not enough. We'll go negative, like 4. No, that's way too much. Actually, it might not be too much. Negative 3 and 3.5? Or just maybe 3? Let's try 3.5 and see what that gets us. Yeah, it's going to be a long night if we want to get this all kind of working. We'll honestly probably take a break here, then go again so I can eat some dinner. Start up again after like a half an hour. Okay, this is kind of getting closer to what we want. Okay, so here's what we've got so far. Let me show you what we've built in terms of our little engine here. So we've got our character who can move around. Our whole idea is we want to be a chef who is gathering up ingredients from the world. Right, what time is it for you? It's like 7:30 p.m. almost where I am. So we'll be able to go from room to room. We've got it so that they can connect up. The idea is we'll go out in the world, we'll explore. That looks like a crab. He looks a little like a crab. I would agree. He's our little chef crab, man. We want to come here and like cook up recipes. We live 12 hours apart. Damn. Oh, wow. So it is right, because you said you were getting your morning coffee. We've got a dialogue system that's hooking into that Ink engine. So in theory, you can have this guy say, I am King Cake. And we could have a branching dialogue from here configured in the Ink file. Actually, that's one's kind of easy to do. I'll show you. We'll change that in a second. So this one is you can make things that are, colliding. We can also make things that are, come on, items that we can pick up and move around. And we can even take them from room to room and whatever. So we could bring this over here. And the idea is that as we pick up items, they'll just stack up on top of our head. And so you'll have like, we have a maximum of 3 items we're allowed to carry. So you'll carry back like items to the cooker and try to make a recipe to feed the little king. Someone took most of the sugar. That's very disappointing. For your coffee? Okay, let's put this back right where it belongs. Ish. We've got a lot of like polish items to do. So I think also let's put this one in the foreground so we're always behind it. Oh no, we don't have to do that. We can just say, let's make them both collides when we actually do this. So this one won't be an item. It'll be collides. True. So we got obviously a lot of work to do. We got to, I mean, good God, we got to build a world of linking rooms. Right, we have all the pieces, almost all the pieces that we need here, but we don't have any kind of a coherent structure. Godot has an automatic 2D layering system. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we did, like, so Unity kind of has one. You can add these, like, sorting layers. Where's the sorting layer? And name them yourself, but it's kind of a pain. It's not really what I expected it to be. If both are on the same layer, it will manage the layers whether something is behind or in front of it. So it seems like in Unity, it's arbitrary what will happen if two things are on the same layer. I thought it was going to be the order that they were put down, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I love Unity, but you have to start from scratch a little. Could maybe get something together faster with Game Maker Studio or something. That was the other thing we had kind of said, or that I'd said earlier today, I guess, is like, I sort of wish that I had used more pre-made stuff for this, because like you say, there's a lot of work we have to do just to even get kind of started up in Unity. But look, so if we wanted to have like a conversation with King Cake, we could say, like, this is kind of a cool thing. We could say, no, I'm King Cake. And then he can say, imposter. Right? And then maybe that sends us to the holding knot, which is kind of our sign that we should go back to gameplay. Godot is what I'm starting with. Thank God for that. Seems, I've heard good things about Godot, although I haven't used it, to be honest. And can we also go imposter? Oh, and then we need a continue here. Let's see if we can just script up a little conversation, just as a demo. We'll take you to the holding knot. This is wrong. This tabulation looks correct. Looking good, handsome, seeing his own statue. Ah, yes. So if we say, no, I'm King Cake to him, he calls us an imposter. If we say, Your Majesty, then he will, I don't know, King Cake nods curtly, right? And then we can do another continue and go back to our holding knot. So this will just be a really short, simple example of like a branching dialogue, hopefully, or else it won't work. Let's see. Actually, it's possible that it won't work because of the way that we've written this. But let's see. We might need to have a redirect to another little scenelet. But I think this will work. Let's try it. So we save our ink file here, and then hopefully it'll update the conversation. And so basically what we've done is we put little tags on the characters that we want to talk to. No, I'm King Cake. Oh, it didn't work. Yeah, okay. So I've effed up the syntax here. Why didn't this work? Because we actually need to do... Why am I doing this wrong? I thought that would work, actually. Let's go to the ink writing guide. How do they do it? Not running your ink. Ink. Narrative scripting language. Take me back to the documentation. I forget where it is. Full guide. Writing with ink. Okay. So mixing choices. Do I have to go to multiple choices? I repeated. Really? He responded. How? But then how do I... Maybe it just does the next line. And that's why it's confused. So maybe if I want multiple things to happen, I have to go like... Oh, you know what we could do? I bet we could write it like this. Check it out. Your Majesty, King Cake nods curtly. And then, how do I? Something else. Let's just do this as a test. Let's do this as a quick test. Will this work at all? Ink compilation completed. Good. The ink tooling is kind of cool. I like that they're, like, you can test all your scenes and stuff really easily in ink. I'm King Cake. No, I'm King Cake. Your Majesty. Something else. That still didn't work. Why no? Am I not supposed to do... Oh. Am I supposed to do it like this? Does this spacing matter? Please. Let's find out. Maybe we can do this in ink. But we don't go to King Cake. Okay. Unity. Holy smokes. Play. We're having a tough one today. Trying to make this part work. But we need to figure this out. This is our whole... No, I'm King Cake. This is the basis for our whole dialogue system. So we gotta figure it out. Okay, why doesn't this work? So instead of having this go to the holding knot, let's have this go to King Cake real quick. Just so we can test it. I'm King Cake. Okay. I'm King Cake. Why is no I'm King Cake our only option? If we change this to be like this, does that work? What if I got rid of this? Ah, it doesn't like the dashes. It doesn't like the dashes, I guess. And then we go... Then we can add this like this. Will this work? Why doesn't it like this? Why does it give me... Apparent loose end exists where the flow runs out. Do you need a done statement, a choice, or a divert? We have a choice. Doesn't like? Let's see what that looks like when we run it. I'm King Cake. Continue. Oh. How do I write like a long dialogue? Do I have to go to another label here? I guess maybe I do. Let's go like this. We're going to add a little knot called continue to holding. And this is where on the last line that somebody says to us, this can optionally go here. And it will just say one choice for continue and then holding knot. Does this work? I actually don't think that will work. No, I'm dumb. Does it work? Let's find out. And so we send this to imposter, and then it goes to continue to holding. So will this work? At least we can test it here. Which might be good. So I'm King Cake. No, I'm King Cake. Imposter. Continue. You shouldn't read this ever. Perfect. Great. That's what we want. Instead of going to King Cake, go to holding knot again, because that's what our game needs. Let's see if that works better. And then if that does, we'll call it there and we'll be back in a little... We'll take a little break so I can eat some dinner. Because I am hungry. Play that bad boy. We'll fuss with these dialogue trees a little bit. Here he is. I am King Cake. I am King Cake. Or Your Majesty. We say Your Majesty. King Kurt nods King Kurt nods cakely. King Cake nods curtly. Continue. Great. These are things that are in the way. That's great. No, I'm King Cake. Imposter. Great. Cool. That will work. And they said that will work. And so we'll make our like recipes also be a dialogue tree. I think that we'll be able to do that. We've got it set up so that we can pass our inventory into ink. So if we're holding a particular item, we can like make it, so watch, like if we turn king cake into an item instead of or if we turn the cooker into an item, that'll maybe be the easier thing to do here. We'll say cooker, don't tag it with cooker, tag it with item. Stop this. Then we can make our dialogue with king cake depend on the stuff with that item. So we can say, by calling this inventory has. So we can make it, for instance, like if you have the item, then you even get another like option of dialogue. So we could do like plus, I think. How do I do that? With ink, we can say multiple choices, conditional choices. Branching and joining. Come on, take me to conditional choices. You can turn choices on and off. So we go a plus, and then a condition. So we could go like, I got it. So the way we would write that is like plus inventory has cooker, and he should say, we should be able to say, what? Look at this cooker, old man. And then he can say, dang, that's a good cooker. And then we could continue to holding. Continue to holding. Will this work? So the idea, this is a test. We haven't actually tried doing this in particular yet. But the idea is we've made it so the cooker is an item we can pick up. We'll go and grab the cooker, and that should give us a new option in dialogue. Which will maybe let us do some funny things. But man, we got a lot of work to, like I said, to stitch everything together. Let's see, here he is. So we talk to King Cake. You only have these two choices. But we go and we get the cooker, which we're not really designed to pick up, but we can pick it up. We can get that bad boy. And we go talk to King Cake. Bam! Look at this cooker, old man. Dang, that's a good cooker. Nice. Cool. The system works. Cool. Tell you what, let's take a break for like 20 minutes, and we'll be back at 8 p.m. to try to pick this up. We'll make some more content. That's what we really need to focus on doing, is just getting more content into this game. We have the systems. Good luck with it. Thanks, man. Yeah, so we'll be back at 8 p.m. in 20 minutes and see what we can do. If you are watching along, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for checking it out. This has been a real whirlwind, so we'll see how it goes. And I will see you all in 20 minutes. Let's go to the OBS. Oh my God, I'm so bad at this. See you in a bit.